Alright. Takes about 20 seconds before it begins. Get that right around there. Alright. Hopefully that puts the mic in a position where I can talk. Yep, I can talk. It's just barely there. Perfect. Hey everyone. It's been a long time. Oof. And I'm still just playing Magic. I know some people don't like that. Some people don't really understand this game. Some people are here for my speedruns. They'll come eventually, just not right now. Right now, I'm just playing the game. I have not streamed for a while. I need to get back into it slowly, and I want to start here. Alright. Well, we are starting with a draft, as usual. Premier Draft Neon Dynasty. Okay. Whew. So this draft, it's been so long. I remember I liked this format the few times I did play it on stream, but haven't had as many times to play it on stream. I have been watching a lot of people play it, and they seem to show that green is just an overpowered color right now, but hopefully that's just like their issue, because if there's one color that like the commons are good enough to build the deck, that starts making everything too linear, and I'm not... While I like the style of deck, I don't like that every deck is that deck. How's it going, Lambo Droid? Glad to see you here. Glad to see you here. We're just about to start a draft. If you want to talk about something real fast, feel free to bring it up. It's been a while since I streamed at all, so thought I'd start it up. Whew. Alright. Alright, starting up the draft. Hopefully we draft a cool rare that pushes us in a direction. And honestly, for this first draft, let's make it Shigeki. And for any future drafts we do today, let's make it other cards that are more interesting, more dynamic. As long as I have the mental energy, I am more than capable of doing this draft with, how do I say it? I'm capable of doing this draft and going infinite, but I do recognize if I go long, the drafts in the future just die off. Alright. Well, we have 3 different 3-colored cards that are all extremely powerful. I would not fault someone for just grabbing Seasons of Renewal for combo or Lethal Exploit for kill spell, but like we have 3 cards that if we have the decks for them, they're insane. I've done the Prodigy prototype deck. I'm not too fond of it. I think I'm going to go crazy and go with the Odie Colt Anvil deck. If you get multiple copies of this, it's insane. If you get one copy, it kind of acts as a cat oven effect, which is a insane thing in Historic right now. Like, it was insane in Standard and need to get banned. Igandra's Uprising is a damage source, but it doesn't help when you're behind. It just helps finish when you're ahead already. This one helps when you're behind, it helps when you're early game, and it cuts us towards an archetype, and I want to try to build an archetype right now. But like, if someone chose Lethal Exploit, if someone chose Akeba Reckoner Raid, I have no complaints. These are actually probably the correct pick, because they're just good cards that could go into any black deck. But I want to force the Oni Colt Anvil. This is a mistake. I'm doing it anyways. Alright. Oof. Light Pause is not good. It's just a 2-mana 2/2. Don't think beyond that. Selfless Samurai is a good card, but doesn't help with Oni Colt. I think I'm just going to grab Kami's Flare. It's hard removal. It's 2 mana. It stays in our colors. Selfless Samurai is not bad at all, but we have a synergy of kind of wanting the Kami's Flare. I could see a lot of picks. Mukotai Ambusher, I could see someone picking. Debt to the Kami, I think it's a little too secure and not good enough. Selfless Samurai is good. Spinning Wheel Kick, I could see someone speculating for. Tales of Master Sashiro. I could see a lot of picks. I'm going to try to stay on plan, and you pick a good card that's on plan. Alright, Seismic Wave is just a good card. Another good... We're just getting Red Burn, and we'll have an Oni Colt Anvil to help us get to the late game. Containment Construct could be nice. Chainfell, Centipede. I don't want to get the bad artifact creatures. We'll get enough of these coming back around. Seismic Wave is basically a 3 damage spell, and it gets... There are certain decks that will spawn a bunch of 1/1 creatures, and Seismic Wave just clearing them all off can be quite devastating. Sunblade Samurai, I'm kind of interested in Containment Construct. We'll need some more... That's better in blue, where we have more cards that draw and discard. Alright, so like the Modern Age. This would have been where it's good to have Containment Construct. Alright. So we have Explosive Entry, Rabbit Battery, and that's basically our options. It looks like Black's getting taken, so we might have to just go deeper into Red. Red is a color that a lot of people have been saying is not good, so we're going to be picking Red and just saying, hey, we're going to be the guy who takes the open color. So I'm going to pick the Rabbit Battery. I'm not sure how good it is, but with Kami's Flare, I mean, this is an easy way to modify, just reconfiguring it onto something. It's a threatening card later on. We'll try the aggressive strat. Not sure how it will pay off. Here, I think I just grabbed the Lethal Exploit. We might have to switch over to Red-Blue or something. Red is definitely showing up. Lethal Exploit's a kill spell, so I never complain about it. And the fact is, with Rabbit Battery, it kind of could act as an additional kill, but we'll have 3 kill spells. And then a card that could win us the game if we get all the tools for it, but we have none of the tools right now. That's one of the big issues. I went with Onico Agfield because it was fun, but right now I'd rather have another Lethal Exploit or an Okiba Regner raid right now. Alright, Regner Shakedown is a bad card. Scrounger could help with the Onico Anvil. Walking Skyscraper could be a finisher for the deck. Oof. These are not easy decisions. I'm going to try the Undercity Scrounger, just try to stick to the plan, but the lack of cards is making me feel like this plan is not going to work out. Just gave myself the mental preparation for it. Tawashi Sunshaper, I think, yeah, if we're black-red aggressive artifacts, this is where you want to be. We have 3 artifacts already, so... yeah, this just basically is another aggressive character. Yeah, I think we're going to go with Tawashi Sunshaper here. Explosive Entry, we only really want 1 or 2. Scrapyard Stillbreaker, just 4-mana 3/4. That's basically what it is. It's just a 4-mana 3/4. So I just see it as much more. Economy of Industry is a good top end for these sort of decks. So I might want 1. I also want 1 Explosive Entry. I'm wondering if I just pick the Walking Skyscraper for the possibility of it. This is a tough one, because I don't see... If we're being this aggressive, this would be the very top end. And if this is the top end, we can't get to Skyscraper. So I think Industry beats out Skyscraper. We do want 1 Explosive Entry. I'm going to say more people are going to be taking the Explosive Entries than the Kami of Industries. Alright, Gift of Wrath, is it worth it? I'm going to sideboard the Suit Up, so we have the escape route of blue. Alright, Mukotai Ambusher could get us more value, like just pulling it back the Rabbit Battery with it, gain some life leak. Yeah. Yeah. Looks like we basically cut off red pretty effectively. Papercraft Decoy is another 2-mana artifact. How's everybody, Discrom93? Glad to have you here. We are drafting. I just got Onico Anvil, and I'm trying to force it. It's probably a bad idea. I'm going to state right now, we probably could have a stronger deck if we went like green-white or something like that. But I kind of want to try this Onico Anvil deck, so I've been forcing this red-black artifacts. Alright, second Explosive Entry is a bit poor. That shows me I should have gone with the Economy of Industry. Do I pick the Arm Guard Familiar just to have that back out? I think I'm going to pick the Explosive Entry to make sure everyone knows, hey, I am the red deck, and they don't try to compete with me. Alright. Reckoner Shakedown or Kai's Pursuit. I actually would rather have Reckoner Shakedown because it at least can buff cards. But yeah, even though these cards are by color, they're not good. Spirit Sister's Call. At the beginning of your end step, choose target permanent in your graveyard. This is a lot of words to say this is a card for Constructed, not for Limited. And then we have Twin Shot Sniper, which is an insane card for this deck. It's an artifact, so it works with those synergies. It's a kill spell, so it just gives us our influx of kill spells. it's a creature that can act as a kill spell. It's a Law of Thieves at all is synergy or just good natural good stuff. And we'll probably get the Kami of Industry on the rotation back. Nobody seems to be fighting us for red, so that will be good. Kami of Terrible Secrets. Otherwise, I don't have any enchantments, I don't believe. 6 artifacts. Yeah. Alright. Maybe we get the Ninja's Kunai later, but we're definitely taking this Twin Shot Sniper. I don't want anyone competing with us on red. Invoke Justice. Iron Hoof Boar. Great card. So, channeling as just more pumping to be aggressive is awesome. Or just having this as a 6-drop is also pretty awesome. The cards that compete with it are not in our colors, so we just keep moving. Yep. Intercessor's Arrest is great. Invoke Justice, if you could play it, is amazing. Like, there are some amazing white cards, but we have 0 white cards ourselves. I'm pretty sure it was quite well competed for, so we're just going to stick with the color that's played for us. Copy of Terrible Secrets is probably our next pick, but we're kind of... These packs have had, like, 1 good card, which means when they come back to us, it's not going to be good. Oof. So yeah, we're not picking a 3rd explosive entry. 2 is enough, if not too much. Again, no enchantments, so Kami of Terrible Secrets is not triggering. Okaiba Salvage also needs enchantments, not worth. So I guess we're going with Inkrise Infiltrator. This can, in the late game, just be... I've seen this card be threatening in the late game where you just hold up 4 mana and say go, and it's a 3/4 flyer. Like, this card is better than it looks, but it looks bad, is basically the issue. But we'll go with it. We'll go with it. We are 69% red, so the only thing is we've guaranteed red. I almost want to just grab Tomio's Completion because it's a good card. It gives us an escape route, but I'm going to try forcing it still. This was probably where the mistakes start piling up. Tawashi Sunshaper or High-Speed Hoverbike? Alright. So, we have 8 creatures already. So here is my play. High-Speed Hoverbike is a card that everyone kind of wants. It's always a pretty good card. Tawashi Sunshaper, I believe nobody's gonna be with me for red. So, and you need to be deep red to like it. So while I want the Tawashi Sunshaper a bit more, this card's not making it back around, this is. So I'm picking the High-Speed Hoverbike on that ground. Network Terminal could be okay if that fails. High-Speed Hoverbike is still a 2-drop. So I'm fine. Alright. So the reason you pick this steep, low curve is so you can pick up Experimental Synthesizer at will. Ghost Shintai is pretty nice, but it's not where we want to be. Yeah, we're just picking the Synthesizer up. I just do not want to have to compete for the Synthesizer. Like, if I'm a little wrong, that will be devastating. Alright, Okaiba Reckoner Raid is a great 1-drop. Amazing that it got past that pick 6. This is a beautiful 1-drop. You don't need synergy for this card to be amazing. And the fact that our synergy is just being aggressive, that's really good for us. Alright, Nozumi Prowler, just, yeah, another good ninja. 3/1, Death Touch Lifelink. A lot of good themes. A lot of good themes. Alright. Another Seismic Wave or another Iron Hook Boar. Vicious Assault. 9 creatures, 9 non-creatures. Wow. It's kind of funny. And we have so many artifacts. We have, like, every card is like an artifact or a removal spell at this point. Just about. Just about. Do I want another removal spell? Yes, I think I want another removal spell. And so this is the value, even... Oh, hey, we could get our Kami of Industry, or now that we have the Experimental Synthesizer and such, we could go for the Ninja's Kunai. The Kami of Industry will be bringing back quite a few threatening themes. This is a tough one. I just wanted the Ninja's Kunai because if there's a Kami of Industry in the 3rd pack, there is 0. We've proven, guaranteed, there is no competition. Terrible Secrets, we have 1 enchantment now, but that is not enough to justify. I'm going to sideboard the Brute Suit. I'm not sure I want it in my deck, but if I do, it'll be great. Sideboard the Salvage, just black is a color that might be competed with. And here's why I said the Tawashi Sunshaper makes it back around. There we are. More aggression. Nice, sharp, low curve. Ambitious Assault could make it into the deck. as a top end. And having 2 of them would be the most you'd want. Just enough modify with things like Rabbit Battery and Explosive Entry. Alright. Reckoner Bakebuster, I think, is exactly... So yeah, Reckoner Bakebuster now, Kami of Industry next. This card. So it's a cheap... It's a vehicle that crews really easily. It draws me more cards. And it's an artifact. Like, if this just said... If we removed everything, it just had that second ability where you remove a charge card, it draws a card that comes into play with 3. That would make it almost playable. The fact that also is a 4/4 vehicle just makes it spectacular. Not even a question. The only reason I'm still here is to try to figure out what I'm picking on the next way around, which is probably just that Kami of Industry. See if I want it. With this, we now have the cards we want. Twisted Embrace, more removal. More removal! I will have to figure out my numbers of creatures to non-creatures, as it looks like my math is going pretty south. We have more than enough 2-drops, though we might want to stick with that to stay aggressive. If we get a second synthesizer... This is a deck where if we could get 3 synthesizers, we will find a way to play all 3. Synthesizer, because it exiles the top card, and you have to play it that turn, is a lot harder to do, but... Farewell, pretty cute. Not for our deck, but a pretty cute card. Nezumi Prowler, just more of that artifact, more ninjutsu with Death Touch and Lifelink. It's basically a kill spell and a 3/1 at the same time. And it gives us some life gain in case we're dealing with another aggressive deck somehow. Alright. Reinforced Ronin or Enormous Energy Blade. So, I'm going to go with the Reinforced Ronin, I think. It's very useful for our deck, the ability to channel if we need to, and otherwise be an artifact that constantly comes into play, and all those effects is awesome. Enormous Energy Blade is actually pretty good for these, better for these decks than you'd expect. That being said, I don't have any, the cards you usually want, there's Virus Beetles. You usually want Virus Beetles for the Enormous Energy Blade, and I don't have any of those. But no matter what, Reinforced Ronin's just a good card for this sort of deck. So Shattered States Era is the worst of these sagas. If I want Finisher, I have Ambitious Assaults. So I think we don't have a card here we want to pick. So I think because we don't have a card, we just go for a value and we pick one of these, grab one of these uncommons, just because it adds to our set. Our cards owned. Acquisition Octopus, I think I don't have any of those. Gain 1 is very nice. Dockside Chef is amazing. Okay, so Toshiro Uezawa is like the most winning card and one of the most winning black cards, black uncommons in the format. But Dockside Chef, like, we have 16 artifacts. This thing could sacrifice anything to draw a card, basically. And it's cheap. If this was not the deck where Dockside is this good, I would have chosen Life of Toshiro. No question. And unfortunately, this is too late for it to rotate back around. Alright, Aki Everkeeper. I'm just going to make sure we have enough creatures, so I'm going to grab the Aki. We are definitely thinning out cards. Alright. With 16 artifacts, I think a Dragon Spark Reactor is perfectly acceptable. It allows us the ability to go to late game if we need to, basically. I'm going to pull out at least 1 Explosive Entry. And we still have access to that Kami of Industry if we want it. I'm not playing the Aki Warplane, it's just not a good card. In case I really just want to go down the removal path, I guess. We're now at the cards that are basically dead. We are just trying to decide what cards we want. I think this will be a 16-land deck, so we're just trying to figure out which ones we want to throw back. Scrapyard's not worth it. Again, no real cards we want to play. And because, yeah, because people are wondering, we will not... It's extremely rare, if not impossible for us to face our opponents. So there's no point in us hate drafting to pick the best card to prevent them from playing it. Alright. Alright, so we need to figure out what cards we're removing. Alright. So, our average curve is 2.3. Let's start with this. T creature. Separate our creatures from our non-creatures. And with our removal, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 7 removal cards, basically. These two I'm treating as creatures. Oof. There are 15 creatures, and basically 16, 17, 18 creatures. So we're good on creatures. We could actually knock out a few creatures and be okay. Let's look at how we modify for things like Aki. So we have Rabbit Battery. We have Twisted Embrace, so that's 2. We have 3 with Explosive Entry. And 4 with Kunai. I don't think that's enough. We will be taking out at least 1. We can take out 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10 cards that we're happy playing on turn 2. I think that's okay. Alright. So I wonder if I just want to take out 1 more and then go down to 15 lands. Is this a deck that can function on 15 lands? Let's look at... Okay, card draw. Card draw. 1, 2, 3. I'm not going to count cycling right now. We only have 3 cards that draw cards, so 15 lands is a little scary. And there's no blood in this format. I think the Undercity Scrouger isn't really useful for us. The only Cult Anvil, having its effect alone should be good enough. Like just being able to sacrifice a creature before it dies to loot it or something could be good enough. So I don't think Undercity Scrouger is necessary. Alright. 16 artifacts. Yeah, Dragonspark Reactor is very much playable with this. 52 to 36. I'm going to try just knocking out 1 land each. So, this is our deck. We might have to change it because we are down to 15 lands, which is quite a threateningly low amount. But given that a good portion of our deck is playable at 2 lands, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 cards out of 40. A little over 1 in 10. Let's see. Yeah, 3 and 20. 3 and 20 are the cards that cannot be played on 2 lands. Alright, we'll try it. We have to be aggressive. That is guaranteed. Yeah, I'm not sure about this, but we just decided to force Oni Cult Anvil. That was a mistake, and that's okay. Whew. Alright. Oh, right. Because we got downranked, we are back in bronze, so we shouldn't have to worry too much about threats. I could turn 1 Rabbit Battery, turn 2 Tawashi, keep attacking, then next turn experimental reinforced attack with a 4 Tawashi. The one problem here is that they went first, not me, and I'm an aggressive deck. Alright. I'm going to start putting in the damage. Reinforced Ronin is more for when it can get through, and I don't have other one-drop plays. The fact that it could cycle itself later is just the toppings, the finisher. And 3 lands is basically enough lands for the most of this game for us. Yeah, I'll offer a trade. Play my Song Shaper. And if they attack, I think I take the 3 and they just get ready to attack with a 4 power Tawashi next turn. Alright. So they just need to make sure they got their land fixing. The green-white generally is good at going into the late game, so they might not attack. Okay. I think I beat them in aggression, so go ahead and get in. Alright. So I'm going to start with Experimental Synthesizer. Gives us a buff and gets us a card. The majority of our deck is playable. There are 5 cards in our deck that are not playable off of this. 5 out of 30. That is a 1 in 6. So 5 out of 6 times, this gets us a good card, a playable card. Ninjutsu has to be from the hand, so unfortunately I cannot play that. Actually, yeah, so ninjutsu from the hand. Okay, to hand. From your hand, yep. Just want to make sure that was all working as I expected. And I'm gonna go with the reinforced Ronin play. I could still develop Dockside Chef, I just don't have to attack with it. So now I'm attacking for 7 here. And basically, if they want on Wanderer's Intervention, my Tawashi Song Shaper, I am okay with that. Because that's why they're leaving up 2 white mana. That's the only reason I could think of to have a kill spell ready. This was an unfortunate draw. As I said, we had a 1 in 6. I'm not sure if I accounted for that in my 1 in 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I did account for that. So yeah, that was just the 1 in 5 unlucky moment. Alright. Still... Okay, so if they block the Rabbit Battery, I'm mostly okay with that. Alright. So unfortunately I lose that. But... present more threats. And we have them down to 12 health. Inkrise Infiltrator. This is where it's good because its flight allows us to just get on through. Again, having an unplayable off of Experimental Synthesizer is unfortunate. Alright. So they're now showing they can be aggressive too. I don't care. I think I just attack for 5 and tell them, hey, have another combat trick like that. Another combat trick that is considered bad. And if you do, I have a lethal exploit. Do I just want a lethal exploit now? I think I want them to lose their Imperial Subduer. And if they're playing light the way, they might play a second, which is why I waited. There we are. 2 for 1 them. If they take 5 now, they're taking 5 the next turn. Like, they have to find a solution to this. They should block the Song Shaper, always, not the Ronin. Oof. Alright, they're at 7 health. And, like, I'm threatening lethal. Like, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. With Ironhoof board, I will have lethal. So, they need to present a response to what I've been doing. And Light the Way is not going to cut it. If they attack here, that is just absolutely a mistake. Alright. No artifacts. Alright, so I'm going to reinforce Ronin. Attack with all. And I think I have Iron Hoof 4 lethals now. Alright, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just going to Iron Hoof 4. Pump this up. And that's lethal. Yeah, they were just being aggressive when they couldn't, and I was punishing them for it. Very simple. Light the Way is a really hard card to get to work. The fact that they have 2 of them is quite baffling, but this actually makes them better prepared for my more aggressive deck, and my aggressive deck still won out. Alright. Oof. But yeah, that's why removal spells go great with the aggressive creatures, because that basically allows you to prevent them from stopping you. The end result being, you know. Already gained matchup with silver players. Alright. I mean, I'm keeping this. This is a question of what I play first. I mean, turn 1, we're reinforced Ronin and hanging them for 2, because we can. And I think we do Tawashi, and then the next turn, the Oni Cult stuff. Alright, so now I can Experimental Synthesizer. Okay. So the question is, do I want an Oni Cult into Reinforced Ronin, or do I want... I think I want an Experimental Synthesizer. See why I draw. Again, only 6 cards in my deck cannot be played. Off of this. Perfect. Yeah, Tawashi and Reinforced Ronin just being a nice powerhouse of a combo. I can later Oni Colts. Alright. So if, assuming no changes, I'm going to just Oni Colt Anvil and Reinforced Ronin, attack for another 7. With that, I can sacrifice the Experimental Synthesizer. I think that's worth. I think we want the aggression now. And this causes them to lose the life. This causes us to get more cards. And, like, look at this position. They're at 5 health. And they finally get their first creature, which is either going to get Seismic Waved or Kami Flared. Alright. So let's see. So I'm going to Kami Flare the first striker. Hold up. 1, 2, 3. Oh, yep. So we kill those, and we just attack face. This brings them to 1. Oh. I miscounted. 5. I thought I was only dealing... Huh. Did the Kami Flare trigger? I don't have a modified creature. I'm trying to figure out why they're at -2. I think that's just a bug, because they were at 5 previously. But yeah, so basically, this deck just leverages the fact that most decks are slow and precise by being just fast and hyper absurdly aggressive. Find another opponent to get slaughtered. Alright. Loot, 1, 2, 3. Alright. Ronin, Dragon Spark into Synthesizer Ronin. I don't have my 2-drop I want, but I do have some late game value engine. In case anyone's wondering, Synthesizer, it's only until the end of my turn, so is not a card you play on turn 1 despite being a 1-mana play. Alright. I think I actually just developed the Papercraft decoy. I can attack, discard the Iron Hoof Boar. Alright. And if I do, I want Okaiba Reckoner Raid on the same turn. Block. And they're like, oh, he's going to draw a card but lose Vantage. We're just going to use this, get ourselves some good damage, kill their threats, and keep developing. Dragon Spark Reactor should be good closer. Memory. Do I sacrifice the Papercraft decoy to make sure the Dragon Spark gets the triggers? No. Expected. That being said, I am going to experiment with Synthesizer first, because I think we are seeing that this turn. Yep. Okay. And we're playing this, even though it goes back to my hand, because it puts a trigger on the Dragon Spark, and basically gives us inevitability. Or it doesn't even basically give us inevitability. It gives us inevitability. Alright. And they now have blockers. Start with this. Nice. We can tap this down. Which allows our Papercraft decoy to swing in for another 2. And we are close to just Dragon Spark Reactoring a finish off of them. Actually, we have it. Yeah. We crew this, sacrifice it, they lose 1 life, attack again, and then just pop the Dragon Spark Reactor and they're dead. They need some way to stop a hover bike. I don't think there's no Tangle Trap in this. They need Fade into Antiquity. That's what they need right now. Fade into Antiquity or bust. Oh, close enough. That's close enough to Fade into. And they have to take the Dragon Spark Reactor. Alright. So, let's see. I think I just attack with all. And I could just, yeah, I could start by Kami's flaring the Bearer of Memory. Get that out of the way. So they have less blockers. Perfect. And then I sacrifice this. Give myself another 1/1, causing them to lose more life. Alright, 2 health already. So even though they had an answer to my Dragon Spark Reactor, Yep. Unequal Anvil, just doing some work. That Dragon Spark reactor was threatening lethal, so it needed to be dealt with first. Ooh. I will state, we are at 3-0. We have played 3 games in less time than we took to draft this deck. Like, compared to my other decks, I could probably have a time frame making it look like I went 0-3 and still make it and still be like a winning record. We'll try it. This is the part of our deck that we never got to see. We actually have too many lands, is our issue right now. I'm just gonna develop the Nezumi Prowler. I can ninjutsu it. I just realized we are all just ninja. We're just a bunch of ninjas. I have a lethal exploit if I need it. Yep. Let's just get our damage in. Why not? Force them to use combat tricks now, if they have any. Alright. Next turn, I might just have to hardcast Mukutai. We have drawn... Despite having 15 lands, we've drawn too many. 15 lands was the correct decision for this deck. Just flat out. Alright. Perfect. Oh god. And we're going to just Kami's Flare, gain rid of the Life Leaker. I do not care about their high-speed hover bike, honestly. I think they are winning currently, because we are running out of cards, effectively. I feel like this is a mistake. They're being aggressive when we have a life-linking threat. You know? Alright. So I can Rabbit Battery. Nezumi Prowler. Giving itself Death Touch and Lifelink. Reconfigure onto the Prowler. I'm at a ton of life. Ah, that's a threat. That is a threat. If they don't attack, I can't swing back. This is why Seismic Wave is so good. Alright. So let's see, I can do that. Burn this guy up. Throw the kunai here. And I guess I just attack with the Nezumi Prowler. Alright. Target opponent. They're gonna crew, I'm assuming. That's okay. I want them to lose something to my Nezumi Prowler. And now we have a 4-3. A 4-3 with a lifelink, I might add. Discard a card. I was gonna say I did that wrong, but I don't think I did, the more I think about it. Alright. So I could play the Tawashi Sun Shaper, and I think I'm just gonna let the Long Reach discard my Tawashi. Yeah, just having the 4-3 is significant enough. I'm gonna let them make me lose my Tawashi. Long Reach is very powerful here, but they are very low on health. I have a few cards that can just push in that final damage, and once I do, that's game. That team's going to be powerful, though. 1, 2, 3 creatures already in grave. And yeah, cards like this are going to help them pull out. Thank God this is an artifact. If that wasn't an artifact, I'd be in so much trouble right now. Alright. I almost want to... I should have actually pulled off the Rabbit Battery in case they have another Long Reach. Alright. Alright. And just in case they have another Long Reach, I am disabling the Rabbit Battery. Actually, I could have just discarded the Swamp. Whatever, this is a 4-3. No! They can now Ninja's Kunai, killing the Mukotai Ambusher. Start with this. Alright. Okay, at least force them. Oh, I have... This, I think, is lethal now. Because now I tap down this. They respond by killing my Mukotai Ambusher. But I respond by then crewing this with the Rabbit Battery. And then using the Rabbit... Configuring the Rabbit Battery onto the Hover Bike. I think I drew too many lands that game. Well, so did they. Yeah, 7. They got 7 lands. That is too many lands. That was a much tougher fight. Oof. Easy win. I mean, if you win... I had a lot of health. You are correct. I had a lot of health. Maybe it was an easy win. Too many lands, but I hate going down to 6, and I have a Dockside to help fetch me out of the land situation. Hopefully. So we're going to Dockside Chef first. The next turn we're going to... Hopefully they don't play a creature here, and I can attack. Yep. That is a... This is very terrifying what they're doing, but... This allows me to... get my lifelink back up. I'm happy to trade with a Reckoner Raid. They are going to put an Ear of Vutri on it, but don't worry, it comes back when it gets exiled. It gets exiled as an enchantment, so it actually does not gain the Menace effect. This can give Indestructible. I did not realize this card could give Indestructible. Good to know that about you to revert you. lethal exploit is, I'm guessing, the card that they're considering. Oh, Gravelighter. Hmm. And this will get flying if we let it get equipped. I could Seismic Wave prevent that from equipping, but I have a feeling they're going to be playing a lot of small creatures. And I want the Seismic Wave. I don't want to be busy defending when I could be striking, basically. And the fact that I was willing to play Synthesizer on turn 2 should tell them a lot about my deck. Alright. Do I want Ninja Kunai and kill, and then I can develop Dockside? I think that's the play. Alright. Best defense is a good offense? That is correct. But right now, it looks like they want to be the offense. And they have a Ear of Virtue to support such a decision. Alright. That at least stops their attack phase, but now that weapon gives flying to whoever is equipped with it. I can Dockside and ready a sack fodder, or I could hold up the Seismic Wave. I think I ready the sack. So, if they target any of my cards, I could sacrifice and draw. Until end of turn, not until the start of the next end phase. Alright. That might have just ended the game. Go attack, buff into a 3/4. Yeah, AO is absurd, and if I let them equip the Eater of Virtue, that's an issue. All right, so I could Seismic Wave, attack that, swing in, discard the Ironhoof Boar to help get through, but. To put simply, then they just get a bunch of stats with it. I'm going to attack with the Ink Rise, see how they respond. Alright. So now at least I killed the AO. And if they buff the Nozumi with 2/2, alright, yep, that was the expected result, unfortunately. We hope they don't get good cards here. Or if they do get good cards, that they kind of falter in the face of Seismic Wave. Because yeah, AO is a one-man win condition. It's hard to beat is to understate. I think I just developed Tawashi. I could take a hit here, and yeah, I think I just developed Tawashi. They're gonna have some threats next turn. Yep. Just this one card. The legendary, these mythic legendary dragons are built to be just like untouchable threats. And surprise, surprise, this is actually the best of the said untouchable threats. Alright. So I can sacrifice this to draw a card, but then I can't play the Seismic Wave. I think I need a Seismic Wave to start clearing this out. I can then attack with... The attacks aren't even that good. I'll go for... See if I could get a land or a burn spell or just something of value. Land. Alright. So now I can actually Okaiba Reckoner Raid, and then on their turn I Seismic Wave them. Take out the Rogue Captain and their Spirited Companion. Can't attack right now. And yeah, they have an Eater of Virtue, which is an amazing rare, and an Ao the Dawn Sky, which is an amazing mythic. So we are just facing someone who has an insane deck. So everything we scrap together here is a victory of in its own. I need to stun the bleeding at some point. I hope I can pull it off. I'm trying to think what cards I can pull that will help. The problem is this Eater of Virtue is just accruing them a lot of threat. The Dynasty Scrounger being an artifact protected it, and the 4/4, and now they're going to have a 6/4 Flying Vigilance. And if I hit the 6/4, if I kill the 6/4, then guess what? Future Thieves they equip. That helps a lot. That helps a ton. Destroy the Eater of Virtue. And upgrade my Minazumi Prowler. I can't really attack with it though. This is getting discarded. That probably should have been done first. I'm going to hold this in case Long Reach of the Night comes up. I know it sounds rare, but... Just hoping they misplay at this point. Alright. We're just going to take 2. And they could start getting treasure tokens, but it doesn't really help them much. Do I sacrifice this to get more energy? Let's see, what do we got? Twin Shot, Twisted Embrace, yes. In case you're wondering why I didn't block with that first, this thing has Menace. That blocking is not an option. Alright, we got the Anvil. So we're gonna equip that first. Question is, do we kill their Road Captain or their Scrounger? I think the Road Captain at this point. We're gonna leave that in hand, actually. We're just gonna leave this as is. My guess is they actually have lands in hand to prevent discard, because they have not played them despite having 7 mana. The only other possibility is Farewell, in which case I want to have the mana open for Dockside. Those are like the 3 possibilities. That's basically the 2 possibilities. Lands and the spell Farewell, which, given that they have Eater of Virtue and AO, I would not put Farewell past them. Drawn 7 lands and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. They're actually kind of mana flooded then. The cards they got are absolutely bananas. If they attack with Uttersay Scrounger, I'm okay double blocking. I'm gonna wait till I have fodder for the anvil before I play the anvil. They are now the one in pressure. Actually, nah. We'll take 1. See what you got. Alright. Cool. Alright, Lethal Exploit gets -3. I win this race. If they ninjutsu something, most ninjutsus die to Lethal Exploit. Alright. And yeah, just going to keep game... I'm going to accrue lands in my hand to make sure that they can't Long Reach of the Night me. Because Long Reach of the Night will cause me to discard, and it's if you have it, you want it, basically. So, Touch of the Spirit Realm. Okay, so they're going to probably exile the Nuzuni Road Captain. And I'm going to respond by drawing a card. All right. Okay. So this is a crazy set of plays. But I think it's time we start developing. If they have Farewell, good for them. Let's see. And I will have enough to trigger the Dockside Chef if they decide that's their plan. Death Touch and Lifelink. We then attack for 1. Yeah, it's Death Touch, so they're not blocking. There's Wanderer's Intervention, and I'm okay sacrificing. Alright. Sacrifice an artifact. And now this Dragon Spark reactor is building up. And if they have Farewell, I will be able to draw a card off of Dockside Chef before everything goes to Oblivion. And I will have a removal spell in hand already. And the rest of my deck is pretty aggressive. We have a Reckoner Base Buster, a Twin Shot Sniper. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wow, half my deck is lands at this point. Did not realize that. Alright. Go on Lethal Exploit, just get rid of that at the end of their turn. And that still triggers. And this Dragon Spark reactor is slowly developing a win condition. Yes, they have infinite mana, but that's not an issue. Not for me. Okay, and I think that's a game. they don't have something to stop me. I like to remind everyone, this is the person who played an Eater of Virtue and an AO the Dawn Sky. Mecha 117 did not have a bad deck. They flooded out. I'm not going to deny they flooded out. 7, 8, 9 versus 10 lands. Not to mention two of these playables were from AO. And we're assuming these are 2 lands in their hand. You did not. Just, you said at the beginning, I believe you can pull it off. You did not doubt me at once, Lambo Droid. I doubted myself more than you doubted me. This was fantastic. And this is why Dockside Chef is better than Life of Soshiro Umezawa in these sorts of decks. The fact that I can sacrifice is actually very important to just keep funneling into my win conditions. If you don't have this deck, Life of Soshiro is just a better card generally, but this deck, card advantage is major. Dragon Spark just basically, in this turn, 4 turns faster. And this game, 4 turns faster. $5-0 already. Alright, jumped from bronze to silver. Alright, Jimmy Groove. Alright, Dockside into Tawashi or Papercraft? Man, I'm keeping this hand. It has fuel the whole way through. I think I'm gonna start with Tawashi. Papercraft, I don't exactly... Papercraft, I kind of want... Alright, so here's one of the reasons why Seismic Wave is amazing. It's gonna kill the Fane of Shigeki for free. Unless they give it a buff somehow. Are they gonna use a Master's Rebuke? Okay. So that is a 1-for-1, but it is value on their side, not mine. I'm gonna play the Tawashi. And now they gotta leave up. The Seismic Wave should hit them hard. I'd rather Seismic Wave to kill this than Lethal Exploit to kill it. They're gonna Ninjutsu. Coiling Stalker. Alright, so this is now 3-2. Alright. I think I just Papercraft Decoy, get right, attack for 3, and I'm ready to block that if I want. Alternatively, I have Seismic Wave, I have Bank Buster. I could just Lethal Exploit this. I could just attack and hold up Seismic Wave. Yeah. Because they're going to play the Fane, they're going to attack with Coiling Stalker, and my Seismic Wave should kill both. Alright. Well, if they're not going to do it that way, I'd rather just Lethal Exploit this. Get rid of it now. There we are. Now my Seismic Wave. Kill the Golem Tail. Yep, and that's why Seismic Wave is great. So I just 2-for-1 there. And you might notice, even though we're the aggro deck, there's a difference in hand sizes. Significant difference in hand sizes. So they have some powerhouses if they have the mana for them. Blossom Prancer into Blossom Prancer is like the best possibility for them. Alright. They're going to Reckoner into Papercraft and attack in for basically force a block. Alright. Yeah, this Blossom Prancer is an insane card. The fact that they had a Blossom Prancer into a Blossom Prancer is really devastating for me. Alright, so I can Papercraft Ironhoof Boar to make the trade work, and then still draw a card in the process. And if they don't block, Mukotai Ambusher. So, I get card advantage either way. Alright, and I think at this point we're trying to win the game, unfortunately, through grind, which is terrifying to do against green decks, especially these enchantment-based green decks. Because if they happen to have Shigeki is a rare, but if they happen to have Shigeki, this entire plan falls apart. Alright. We're going to hold up Seismic Wave and a Mukotai Ambusher, because if they play Spirit Companion, I can do the Geothermal double kill again. Could have high-speeded. Oh well. Do they have a ninja? Alright. We're going to take the hit. And so here they're going to play this. Draw a card, and then they're going to Kami, and I'm going to Seismic Wave in response to the Kami landing on the ground, which will kill the Spirit Companion and the Kami. Here we are. And now, as long as they don't have ways to retread their graveyard, we pulled it out for the most part. Alright. Alright, so they kept one card in hand, or at top. Alright, so I can high-speed hoverbike, attack, bring out the Mukotai Ambusher, and still have 2 mana left over. This thing has reach, so... And the cool thing about this is it brings back effectively a removal spell to my hand. Alright. And do I just develop the Inkrise, or do I ready to draw with Reckoneer? Developing the Inkrise, I think, is more prevalent of forwarding my game plan. Alright. Alright. So then I have a 5/4. I can crew the hoverbike, but I can't crew the Bank Buster. Alright. I take 5, they get a land from their hand. Play. Ah, it doesn't work. I was gonna say, this area of the battlefield gives this lifelink and Death Touch, but the timing when they can be played does not line up. Alright. I think I just continue with my pressuring plan. Let them draw some lands, deal with life as it comes at me. Alright, and since that's upgraded, we can now crew for 3 using this one. I'm gonna crew for 1 using this one. And we forward our win condition. They do have a lot of lands, and they're thinning their deck, technically, using the Kodama, but the fact is they have to thin their deck. Alright. If they're putting down the Kodama, they're saying they're attacking with the Kodama, which I am happy to see. I am very happy to see. Wait, hold up. 1, 2... Okay, 1, 2, 3... 3, 4, 5... Okay, so hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They block... Yep. They block here, and I still deal lethal damage. Control. I'm gonna do twin shot sniper, I guess. And then I'm going to crew. Yeah, I think I know this is lethal, so we're just gonna go with the safe lethal. There we are. This deck is way better than I thought, because it's lasting into these long games and preventing them from doing their geothermal Spirit Companion combo shenanigans. And yeah, those seismic waves have done work, because it's a 3 mana deal 3 damage to a creature is a worthy enough kill spell in limited. The fact that also takes out their 1/1s, their Spirited Companions, their Fanes of Shigeki. Alright. How's it been going, Lambo Droid? It's been a while since I've been streaming. How have you been holding up? Oof. Alright. This is not an easy keep. This is not an easy keep at all. I know you might see like, oh, Dragon Spark and Oni Cult, but we don't have an initiator. We don't have a creature. I've been okay. Birthday was recent, so getting old. Ugh. Always happens with birthdays. But that's just general passing of time. Oof. Alright, so they're kind of a Azorius control style deck. We have a Kami's Flare for that. I would like to draw a play other than Unequal Anvil here. Tawashi Son Shaper or the like. Good enough. I could sack the Dragon Spark to trigger the Unequal, but I don't think that's worth it. They're blue-white, so we do not have to worry about the 2-mana destroy an artifact, get +1/+1, and the chances of them running Lucky Offering is pretty low. Alright, we have a Kami's Flare target now. And they already got value off of it, though. Oh my god, they got so much value off of this! Look at this! Alright. Can't Twisted Embrace. just make sure they don't have a counterspell or something for me. Lethal Exploit can't get the Modern Age, but if they play a creature and end up equipping Moon Circuit Hacker to it, I do have a response that way. Because the Moon Circuit can be lethal exploited before it deals combat damage. But yeah, that was a lot of value from Greasefang. Also, they have they're Esper, and they got their 3 colors right off the bat. But even if I kill the Moon Circuits, they're gonna get a Vector Glider. Like, we are not out of the woods, not in the slightest. We can't play Twisted Embrace because we don't have enough black mana. We don't have an artifact to start off the Reactor Anvil combo. If I draw Twin Shot Sniper, do I just shoot face and start up the Anvil? Alright. Now I can't play Lethal Exploit, but they're not going to be exploiting that anyways. But yeah, I stumbled, and they just... Every card here has shown quality maneuvering. They now get an attack for 5 or so. And I need to draw a Swamp in the next 2 turns so I can Twisted Embrace the Nuzumi Road Captain, during which I need to somehow survive this Vector Glider. That's only getting bigger and stronger. And also they haven't they drew 2 cards and they didn't lose any thanks to Greasefang's. May have wanted to just not play anything on turn 3 so I could kill the Greasefang before the recovery unit comes back, because that was the only possible play to okay, so we're gonna just sack this to the Anvil afterwards. That's okay. That is okay. We just sack the reactor to our Anvil and continue with our lives. We're going to attack in for 2, and then we'll probably cycle this at the end of turn. Like, on their turn. Unless they play something worth lethal exploiting. But yeah, we need that Swamp. For the Twist Embrace on the Vector Glider. And discarding this gives me another draw that Swamp. Oof. Oh my god. So this is another win condition that they just pulled out of their grave. So they just keep dropping win conditions on us. And good win conditions by the way. Didn't get the extra Swamp. I could use the Rapid Fire to go aggressive. I'm not even sure if that's valuable, honestly. Wait. Now I can crew it with both of them. And then equip the Rabbit Battery. And then reconfigure this onto the Reckoner. So now I have lethal pressure set up against them, but I'm not sure how long that's going to last when they have 8 cards in hand. Also, they got mana ruined as well. Never mind. But yeah, we are somehow the aggressor despite everything that went wrong. Oof. If I kill the Rabbit Battery, I can just Unequal Anvil really quick. Yeah, their deck, it looks like they have 1,000 decisions to make, and we have one right now. It's not the best decision, but it's a decision. And that's kind of our situation right now. This is an enchantment. Brute suit. Okay. With that, I think they start winning the race. Yep. Not much I can do. They're threatening lethal in a very few turns. Alright, I think I just crew an attack. And then I sacrifice the Papercraft decoy to draw a card. Yep. I think I just need that card draw and that life gain right now. Because, yeah, we're facing down lethal in like half a turn. Oof. And they can stop us from playing 2 drops or 3 drops, which means we basically only have like the Iron Hoof Boar attack. We are nearing lethal on them, but that only stops them from attacking us as aggressively. It doesn't actually give us the win itself. As long as Reckoner Baitbuster is a creature, lethal exploit deals the additional damage. And now they bounce my 1/1. I would be shocked if they bounce my Rabbit Battery. Alright, so that stops me from playing 4 drops, so I can't play Twist Embrace even if I get Swamp, and now I can't play anything in my hand. Yep. So that is the game, unless I can finagle my way through this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. So if I attack, I deal 4 damage with Rabbit Battery, assuming everything goes perfectly. I'm going to start by cracking this. Drawing ourselves a card. There's no way I survive a turn because Vector Glider. Doesn't even matter, I couldn't do anything. The only way I win is if I attack and they make the mistake of not blocking. Yep. Good game. But yeah. We went for our out. But yeah, we did not have the best start, and my god did they have a good one. We got them low. We actually got surprisingly close, given how absurd that was. Alright. Well, unfortunately, that's not a perfect 7-0. But we're still very close. Keep it moving, keep it good, keep it going. Alright. Let's hope I get a better hand this time. Boko Titan, or an easier opponent. Either works. Alright. Turn 2, Dragon Spark Reactor. Turn 3, Experimental looking for a land. Pull it up, Kami's Flare. And I do not like mulliganing very often. Yeah, but I do not like these hands that are having no creatures. I need to go look at my creature count in a little bit, because this is happening too consistently. We're going to develop the Dragon Spark Reactor for now. Kitsune Ace is not so threatening as to need a Kami's Flare right now. And besides, that means I could explosive entry whatever vehicles they play. Such as that. Alright. I'm gonna start with the explosive entry anyways, or this synthesizer anyways. Alright. Wait for them to crew the Mukutai, and then I could just Kami's Flare it, if I'd like. Actually cancel. I'm gonna let them attack, because they might, sacrifice something for it. Alright. Do they have a protection spell? If they do, then the explosive entry will just accrue more value later. Alright. But yeah, I'd be shocked they play Kitsune Ace, and this is their only... Alright. Get our swamp. Okay. So I could Ninja's Kunai and Nizumi Prowler. I think I'm just gonna Ninja's Kunai and get ready to lethal exploit the Kitsune Ace as they try to pump it. Alright. Yep. They didn't have a protection for the Soul Ripper, they're not going to have one for the Ace. Unless they just drew it. In which case, that tells us a lot about their card draw. Alright, do I just... Yeah. I'm going to use the Synthesizer. I'm going to make sure to tap a black as part of the ability cost. And we're going to equip the Kunai with our last point of mana. Alright. And I have Life of Sushiro. And I can explosive entry the enormous energy blade after they equip it. If that's what they want to do. And that will give me a 3/3 samurai. Alright, I think it's time I just play the Nizumi Prowler. And I'll turn it into a 4/2. I like that Dragon Spark can already do that. It's pretty nice. Alright. So unfortunately, they are ahead of me when it comes to cards. Alright. Both Ninja's Kunai. And yeah, I think I do have the advantage though, because I only have 15 lands in my deck, so I'm drawing into more gas. Dragon Spark Reactor is there if they play something that I find actually threatening. Alright, they have another lethal exploit. Listen, I don't like drawing half my land. Okay, it's half the deck, I guess. I can Dragon Spark Reactor if they do something really threatening, but otherwise I'm just going to use this Kunai to kill the memory next turn. They do have more health, so I have to play the long game with them, whether or not I want to. They're waiting for me to trigger my Dragon Spark. They have Naomi Pillar of Order, or something similar, I think, as that last card. Alright, now I can't block their Road Captain, so I'm just going to attack my Road Captain over it. Tough call. Do I leave up the Dragon Spark? So I gotta leave up the Dragon Spark. I think that's more threatening than long. Losing my Dragon Spark for no cost is more threatening than seeing a long reach of the Knight. If they had a long reach, they would have played it already, but a Farewell would make sense. Long reach, as I like. There are cards that make sense, basically. Awesome. And because of Dragon Spark Reactor, they're basically at 10 health now. We're basically tied in health. And now we get more card advantage. I'm going to wait for next turn so I can still Dragon Spark if something goes awry. Yep. Well, that's 7-1. Our one loss was due to that weird mana game where the person got so much value off of Kaiba. 8, 9, 10 lands versus 10 lands. Okay, so not one of us got mana screwed. Wait, 7-1? There is no difference between 7-0 and 7-2, and 7-1 is right in between. So as long as you get 7 wins, who cares how you get there? 7-0 is just for prestige more than anything. So yeah, with that. So before I close this out, I like to look at this and just get a sense of what cards performed well, which cards did not perform. I think the reason this worked is because every card performed well. Seismic Wave did fantastic. Dockside Chef won me a game. Ink Rise was okay. This is not the deck for it, but still okay. Lethal Exploit was still a kill spell. Kami's Flare is still a kill spell. Dragon Spark Reactor won me several games. Ironhoof Boar did its job. Twin Shots. Twisted Embrace slightly underperformed, but that's just because of the lack of black mana. Reckoner Bank Buster wasn't as all-encompassing as I expected it to be. It was good. It was definitely good, but it was a little harder to use. The Papercraft Decoys were impressively useful given the 3 ninjas. Oni Colt did fine, even though this wasn't the perfect deck for it, sort of thing. Reinforced Ronin did fine. Yeah, just had a lot. Every card did its job at least, and that's why this won. Ninja's Kunai was a little weak there. Doesn't work if you can't develop a creature to put it on. All right, pop open the packs that we got in the process, and then we'll move on to the next one. Hey, Kyodai. So I was around during the original Kamigawa. That's when I started Magic the Gathering. So the story of Kyodai is great. I thought it was going to be the Wanderer. Do you have it just be the person that was chosen? Like the Wanderer. Hey, Kyodai, you want me to make a deck with you? Okay, I'll try to find a way, okay? You can stop showing up. But yeah, great story with That Which Was Taken. I really liked it. I predicted the Wanderer was going to be That Which Was Taken. It turns out it was the person That Which Was Taken chose. That's what I was trying to say. Alright. All fine cards. All fine cards. Gain these important wild cards over here. Gloomshrieker's filling up. Satsuki. Pretty fun card, but just not really good enough is the main problem. Because, like, Saga's, like, the fact that this activates only as a sorcery really limits its potential. And Sagas, they don't really care. If you're willing to play a Saga, you don't care how fast the Saga comes out. You care about all the value along the way. You'll survive. So, it's kind of a 2-mana 1/3 a lot of the time. March of Swirling Mist. This card, I believe with Hinata the Dawn Crown, has been seen in play. Tribute to Hirobi. Nice. Nice little card. Just hard to find a slot for it. It's a good aggressive card, but a lot of the aggressive decks already have sacrifice fodders, and giving them 1/1s is dangerous. Iganjo! Hey, alright. So the first of every single one of these legendary lands is amazing. Because there is a no cost of playing one Iganjo instead of a Plains. Unless you have something specifically for basic lands, there's no cost of playing an Iganjo instead of a Plains. So, if you could get one of each of the legendary lands, that is like a pristine mana base for like whatever deck you're playing, because you can always slot one of those legendary lands into your deck in the place of a basic. There's very few cases where that is not the case. Oof. Quickly drop a little Mastery Orb, because why not? Alright. And with that... Oh wow, there's a lot of Mastery Orbs. Okay, we'll just get ourselves this little card style here. Or we'll get ourselves closer to it. And with that, we had a good draft. 7-1, Force Oni Cult Anvil, and it worked without. And that's always where you want your deck to be. You never want to rely on a single card. Anyways, everyone, thank you so much for watching. Have a wonderful day. And that is, of course, for YouTube, not for the stream. I'm going to do another draft in just a bit, but first I need to take care of a few things. This is running low on water. This is running full on water. Gotta fix those two things. So let's just pull up this screen, and I'll be right back. everyone. Go take a deep breath and then start working on it. For everyone who showed up, feel free to just chat, talk about anything, even if it's not Magic the Gathering related. I'm here for conversation. I'm going to take a deep breath and then start getting ready for the draft. Alright. So, we just came off of a 7-1 win deck where I forced Oni Colt Anvil after our first pick. And I'm really surprised that worked. Really, the main reason it worked is because I was cutting off red and nobody seemed to want black. We got like 6 picks Okaiba Reckoner raids and stuff like that. So, yeah, really don't know what the table was doing, but they were letting me be, and that makes me happy. Alright. I don't think our last deck had any rares. Hey Gratacino, sorry for being gone so long. I've been focusing on getting a job and stuff, so... Doing well, doing well. And Eater of Virtue, I think, is just the best card. Like, Behold Unspeakable, amazing. Futures Opposite, like Goshintai, pretty darn good. But here's the theme. This card can be played in any deck. This one I need to be a blue deck. This one, no matter what color deck. Yeah. Yeah, no, Crasito, I still... Yeah. But yeah, glad to have you here. I'm still trying to get the job. Still in the interview process. It's taking longer than expected. Oof. But yeah, just focus on that. Alright. Eater Virtue, it's Bone Splitter. Bone Splitter is great. Has other abilities. That's fantastic. Doesn't matter. Good as a Bone Splinter. Just easy first pick. And that leaves me open for whatever. Wish the best. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Do appreciate the good vibes as well. Alright. So we have Naomi. We have Jukai Naturalist. And we have Spinning Wheel Kick. So Spinning Wheel Kick, I think I have a little guessed. I might just go Jukai Naturalist. It gives the lifelink. Again, Eater of Virtue doesn't care about artifacts or enchantments. Anything in common that's worth going for? Not really. So, while it's kind of hard to go for a dual-colored, there's nothing really good in the commons worth fighting for. And going Jukai Naturalist gets us the Spinning Wheel Kick, possibly, gets us the Jukai Trainee, possibly, gets us the Golden Table Disciple. It's just a good card. And it's a lifelinker, which helps with Eater of Virtue, so... Gonna go with it. When we were young, this is a combat trick, but it's a little finicky. Not gonna worry about that right now. Master's Rebuke is a removal. Modern Age is amazing. So it's a question of, do I Master's Rebuke or do I Modern Age? That's really the two decision points in my mind. Modern Age basically says, hey, we don't have to go into Jukai Naturalist already. Master's Rebuke says we can. So, like, you know, one unpicks the other. And, I think Master's Rebuke is fine. We're not getting the Behold the Unspeakable back, so someone's going to go blue, I think. Yeah, I think someone's going to go blue, and it's best to just escape that. So I'm going to go Master's Rebuke. Because I passed a Behold the Unspeakable, I think this is a more reliable decision. Alright. Heir of the Ancient Fane, just 3-mana 2/3. I do like Tamio's Safekeeping, but I don't want more than one. Enthusiastic Mechanaut. I think that plus Jukai is a little too... enchantments, artifacts. I think that's funny, but yeah, I think they're a little too separate for me to make that big of a jump. Heir of Ancient Fane, if I want it, it's going to make it back. No one seems to like this card. Neither do they like Tamio's Safekeeping. I might just... You know, I'm just going to pick this because I'm okay with either. And if they both make it in my draft, I'm not going to pick them both. So, just allow me the ability to escape into there. Alright. I can't be the only one who feels like there's nothing good here. I'll pick a Wanderer's Intervention, but, like... Searchlight Companion, maybe? Works with the Eater of Virtue. Sure. Alright. So, Ninja's Kunai, Arm Guard Familiar. I could just try to force blue-red. Your Virtue doesn't give ward. No, it does not. Alright. I think I just go with the Wanderer's Intervention because it is a combat trick. It does do something, it kills. Well, actually, if I'm just doing it to kill, Ninja's Kunai is safer and does the same job. We're just gonna go all artifacts and then just switch over to red-green, or blue-red instead of the Jukai Naturalist. I think that's enough. All of these artifacts can be put in the green deck. Whisperer's Cuff I like. Goldtail's Disciple is just amazing with things like Eater Virtue and Jukai Naturalist and all of that. I think this has just more synergy with what we want to do. We're going to just keep going down this green-white path until we get to pick 9 and it dries up and we have to switch to blue. Which it seems to just happened. Skystorm McCoy is great for such a deck if that ends up being the case. They left us a Futurist Operative and a Roadside Reliquary. You know what? We already have 3 artifacts, and we want to have enchantments, and we already have 2 enchantments. I think Roadside Reliquary is actually the pick here. Alright. And yeah, we're taking blue as our escape route if we need it. So, given that case, yeah, blue artifacts is our escape route if we need it. And we are drafting as if that's the case. I do not want Lucky Offering. No, I do not. It's not, the explosive... The red one actually gives you... modifies your creature. It, like, makes you a threat while dealing with theirs. That one just deals with their threat. We only have 6 cards over here? Wow. We're at pick 12 and we have 6 cards. Which tells me that we are actually the blue-red. Alright. Look, so if I pull out these 3 and put in the blue-red, we have more playables. Therefore, it was important. This is why it's important to build your escape routes. This is why it's important to build your escape route. How many artifact creatures do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have enough to Mech Titan. We're Mech Titaning. We have Eater of Virtue, we have Mech Titan. Okay. Okay. Sounds good. We'll have a Skyscraper Koi coming back, swimming back to us if we're lucky. I'm happy with a Network Disruptor or even an Iron Apprentice if I need it. But yeah, we're blue-red artifacts now. Mirror Shell Crab or Reinforced Ronin? Ronin with Eater of Virtue gives us a haste off of... gives us basically a boost with speed. Mirror Shell Crab, I love the counter. I love counter spells even if other people don't. I think we are definitely blue. I'm not sure we're actually red. I'm gonna go with the Mirror Shell Crab. Invoke Calamity, too expensive to play. Papercraft Decoy, maybe later. But right now we're kind of okay with a lot of that. And I just love me some Mirror Shell Crabs, honestly. That's one of the big decision points here. Essence Capture. Okay. So Essence Capture, a lot of people, again, don't like playing. But, like, everyone's playing creatures. It's going to hit something. And then it's going to put a +1/+1 counter on your cards. This is, like... The reason that Explosive Welcome is so good is because it does this. It takes out a threat, and it puts a +1/+1 counter on something. This one is a much more prominent theme that deals with. Moonsnare Specialist is not a bad idea to pick up either. I I could definitely see someone... You know what? I'm going to go with Moon Snare because it's a little easier to cast. And because people are crazy, the Essence Capture might come back to me. I don't think the Moon Snare will. Alright. Explosive Entry. Kumano faces Kakazan. You know what? This is just a good card every time. It's a 1 mana 1... It's a 1 mana 2/2. And then also it could modify a creature sometimes. Alright. Ember Keeper, Unstoppable Ogre. 8 creatures already. But some of them are spells more than anything. I think we go with Sozenkin. Just the ability to have a land that could be more is pretty good. We're doing pretty well on playables already. Ember Keeper could be great. Like, these all could be great, but they also could all come back. Sozenkin will not be coming back. Alright, Tempered in Solitude or Unstoppable Ogre? Or another Mirror Shell Crab. I think because of our curve, Tempered Solitude's not going to do much for us. We're not the Samurai deck anyways, but also it's not going to do much given that we have these Mirror Shell, Ironhoof, Saiba. Like, we have too many channel cards. And I say just commit to the channel. The idea is we are a late game deck, so we have these as creatures if we get to that late game, and until then we have counter spells, we have buff spells, we have threats. That's my plan. Disruption Protocol. How many artifacts? 13? Yeah, we're playing Disruption Protocol. How many enchantments, by the way? 1. Yep. Might even pull out that Roadside Reliquary, unfortunately. Yeah, nothing else here really appealing to me. I love me some Disruption Protocols. Voltage Surge, however, is even better. 1 mana, it's a kill spell, and then it can be more if I want to sacrifice an artifact to make it more. Voltage Surge is so good. Alright, Skies from McCoy made it all the way back around. That's amazing. Oof. Alright. I'm going to pick the Papergraph Decoy, just make sure I gain enough 2-drops. Make sure our curve looks good. 1, 2, 3, 4. Could actually use more. Do I want a Futurist Sentinel? I already have 1. We'll go 2. Forget it. If we want it, we'll have it. Explosive Entry, always good to have 1 of those. Peerless Samurai gives Menace, reduces costs. Crackling Emergence, maybe playable. I'm going to sideboard that now. I don't really like that card for these sort of decks. Kiba, too expensive. Grease. Good black cards. Only blue cards are basically unplayable. Economy of Industry could just like bring back a Ninja's Kunai to throw at someone. Or a Papercraft Decoy. Or a Searchlight, so it does have options, but Flame Discharge is a kill spell, and yeah. No reason not to have kill spells. Inventive Iteration. As you didn't see why this was a bomb, but look, it's bounce a card, it's a 4-mana bounce, into draw a card, which with our artifacts is actually draw a specific card, and then we get a 3/3 flyer. We're taking the Inventive Iteration, 100%. To me, as completion, it's pretty cool. But we want the iteration first. Alright. More Mirror Shell Crabs. Or a Moon Circuit Hack. Ooh, this little trio here is all enticing. Look at our creatures. We have a flyer. Yeah, I think we have enough evasive stuff that Apprentice Acquisition Octopus is a good idea to pick up. Yeah, I'm going to pick up the Octopus. Suit Up or Nenther's Ninja Kunai. 13/13. I like Suit Up. I just like it. Gives us the instant speed feed that we could hold up with counter spells. Alright. Our Guard Familiar is a creature, probably getting cut. We'll figure out our deck in just a bit, but we now have 30 cards. Throw that back. Not a deck for Ironhoof Boar. only one future sentinel. We didn't accidentally pick one, did we? I just saw like the fluttering in front of me and I got nervous. Alright. Third mirror shell or second searchlight. I don't think we have any ninjas. And if we don't have ninjas, I actually don't like the searchlight. We have one ninja. We are the control deck. With this, we have committed fully to being the control deck. We'll see how it pans. Hey! Oof. This might end horribly, or it might end fantastically. And that's the only two possibilities. There are no others. Alright. And we will want 17 lands because we have Mirror Shell Crabs to help pull it up. Snare Prototype's perfectly fine for this deck. Anchor to Reality, Equipment or Vehicle, no. I'm going to pick the Steelbreaker, but no, I'm not playing the Steelbreaker. We're cutting cards. I'm going to pick this because it's an uncommon, not because there's any chance we play it. Ooh. So, keep it moving. Keep it good. Alright. Economy of Industry we might play. Pulls out a Searchlight, pulls out Papercraft, all that stuff. You have so many good 4-drops. Alright, yep, Sky Swimmer's Boy. I'm sorry, just, that's probably a mistake, but I think it's hilarious. I think it's absolutely hilarious to have 4 Mirror Shell Crabs. 4 Mirror Shell Crabs and a Disruption Protocol, everyone. 4 Mirror Shells and a Disruption Protocol. How many enchantments? 2 enchantments. Don't need the roadside. Rather have the consistent mana base. Alright. I could probably take out a Mirror Shell Crab. I don't think I want these Iron Apprentices, actually. 14 creatures, and this is even counting Futurist Sentinel right now. Hold up, hold up. Okay, Mechtitan Core. Okay, come on. There we are. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, so there's 8 cards that could help with Mechtitan Core to get it active. I think we have enough counter spells that we don't need to suit up. We probably don't need the Disruption Protocol. We have the Mirror Shell Crabs. Alright. Economy of Industry out in the Mnemonic Sphere is actually pretty great. 14, 11. Yeah, probably just for consistency's sake, we knock out a Sky Swimmer and a Mirror Shell. That means we no longer are a counterspell deck, but I think it's fine. It should be fine. We'll try it as is, and we could end up having to come back and knock it down a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 playables on turn 2 is a little low. But I also have 3. Yeah, if I'm going to count the 1 drops, I have more than that. The mirror shells act as 3 drops for curve purposes. Yeah, so if this is... So it's 6, 6, 4, 6, and then 1. Yep. We'll try it. We'll try it. Is there any card here that, if I am to put cards back in, Mirror Shell Crab, if... Like, I always put in more Mirror Shell Crabs if a card's underperforming, or a Sky Swimmer Koi, or, you know, a Disruption Protocol. Like, I have cards I could put back in if things are underperforming. Arm Guard Familiar might underperform, but right now we just want the 2 drops. Alright. For all the drafted at the top end, we then took a ton of it out. May have wanted to mulligan to get a 2-drop, I just decided we have a kill spell. I have a bounce to slow them down. Oh, I thought to crew. That was my mistake. Alright. Well, now we at least look scary. I can't Flame Discharge yet because I have no modified creatures. Alright, I'm probably going to have to Flame Discharge this Inkrise Infiltrator. I'm going to wait for them to do something first. Yeah, I'm going to take it because they could have... there's a 4 mana... What's it called? Alright. I could Inventive Iteration, bounce that back, and basically get a card draw. And then... Yep, and then next turn, Kami of Industry, perhaps. Either way, bounce the Undercity, make it so they have to replay it. They're stuck on lands. Take advantage of it. I might just play this Sozenkin as a land if I need to. Alright. I'm gonna Searchlight, and I think I think I'm gonna... I could either Moonstare and equip, or I could Searchlight. Yeah, I like Searchlight equip because it threatens that theme. This is more mana effective, I think. Ugh. So hard, so hard. Alright. This makes me a little 1/1. And it allows me to hold up. Basically, if they kill this, the Eater of Virtue gives its creatures flying. So they don't want to kill it. I'm gonna attack for now. Do they block? Alright. So now the Eater of Virtue gives flying. And I can Futurist set. Ooh, I like that. So I've got a Futurist Sentinel. So now if they have use the Intercity Scrounger to make treasure and get 4-drops. They can't cast them. And we're gonna just... I'm gonna equip it here, because that way the Intercity Scrounger can't actually attack it. Enchantment they control. Oh, that's my only enchantment. Nice. Alright, well, I'll just equip it here instead. Now I have a 3/1 flyer. And if they attack, I'll just crew the Futurist Sentinel and block. I'm not scared of what you have. And now they draw their land with me locking out their 4-mana spells. Feels bad, man. Economy of Industry might just be played as a 3/6 in just a bit. The fact is they're holding on really well, and they now have cards on me. I'm just gonna attack, deal 3 damage. Not even worry about bouncing it. And I'm just gonna play this. Force. Yeah, you back into your hand. And now I have a Moon Snare holding up holding on the 4 and holding up the Futurist Sentinel. I mean, they saw this coming, right? I want them to kill my Futurist Sentinel. Please. Show me you're actually something I should be threatened by. There's a few cards they could have to help with this. You're Already Dead is pretty nice for them. Another one is Lethal Exploit, but if they had that, I think they would have gotten rid of my Moon Snare. I'm gonna sacrifice a 1/1. Alright. We have 7 mana. Perfect. Alright. Alright, burn lethal. Got another 1/1. Are they mono black, or did they just get only one color? Like, I'm wondering if they're just trying to draw their Invoke Despair and getting their teeth kicked in. Alright. I mean, I'm trying to figure out what they could possibly do to pull themselves out of this. They're exiles a creature they control. They're out of mana, so I'm just gonna crew the Moon Snare. Yep. Much longer than the previous games, but we have all the tools, it looks like. I feel like we kind of just like... This deck is not as potent as the previous deck. Let's be clear about that. This deck is kind of mishmash in a lot of places. But deck's good enough. Deck's good enough. Alright. Keep things moving. Okay. Our first play is Skystorm and Koi. Alright. Okay. I'm going second. This actually is pretty rough. Terrarium is 0% worth strong with explosive entry. Gives a single +1. It's basically stealing their +1/+1 counter. It's quite insignificant. Alright. Volt Surge is worth, however. Having a Mirror Shell and a Voltage Surge held up right now is pretty nice. Let's see what their next play is. Okay. So I could Mirror Shell to counter that. As a 4/5, that is necessary. Can't really stop me, I'm pretty sure. Alright. I'm gonna play the Mechanaut and then just hold up the Voltage Surge, I think. Oof. Hope nothing bad happens. I'm probably gonna Surge the new Naturalist. I probably should have searched the Naturalist now, so they can't play a 5-mana enchantment. But I was just under the assumption they wouldn't have many, but the Harmonious Emergence proved otherwise, so should treat this with some respect. And the way they're hovering over this, I just thought they would be buffing the Jukai Tree into a 3/3 soon, and then I could just 2-for-1 them. So I think trying to get greedy like that is what's getting me wrecked. Nah, very good spot anyways. They're targeting the Jukai. Alright. Let them target the Jukai. Alright. How do they protect it? And if they don't... Tamina safe. Okay. No blocks right now. This is just adding more mana. I don't need that right now. I'm not blocking with this. Let's just chip down their health a little. Alright, well at least I ate their Tamina safekeeping. One of the big issues with not using explosive entry on the Terrarium is I don't know how many cards they even have that the Terrarium can stop. And I will see your combat trick. We did Authority, we still trade. That's good enough for me. Alright. We are now facing down some serious threats between Rhythmia and the Moths as a 2/4 flyer. And Jukai Naturalist, which I cannot. I can Moonsnare or something. Not the times to be drawing lands. I'm gonna hold up. I'll Moonsnare could block the Jukai Naturalist. The Imperial Moth is annoying, but not a threat. Yeah. Doing everything I can, but this is just low resource game. Whoever survives, I think I just blow up the terrarium to get myself the +1/+1 counter. Dog needs out. At least I ate through the combat trick, but looking at the health totals, lifelink is a very powerful effect. I'm not doing anything to get around that. There's no point in me counterattacking because we are just dying off. I want them to put... So, this was like a decision point. If they put on the Hand of Alignment, it could attack in safely. If they put on the Moth, like only one of them could attack in safely, basically. The double block. This time the decoy is going to survive to kill the hand, or they're going to combat trick, and then I just use the decoy to draw a card. And I do it like this instead of using the Enthusiastic because if there's a combat trick. I don't want too much to go wrong, awry. Okay. I mean, I need to kill the Tails Master Sashiro right now. So... we're not in a good spot. If that wasn't clear already. The Mech Knot will survive if they attack with all, but the Arm Guard won't, and will be at 2 health against 2 3/3s. I could have reconfigured this into a 4/5, but... okay, well, they just out-tempoed me. Alright. Yeah. Alright, so what... did I just draw 0 card draw? Like, what... I need to figure out what was my problem with those resources. Because I know they weren't doing too much. Not enough that I should feel threatened. Like, there was a lot of Regent Authorities and Light in the Ways and stuff. They did draw all gas, where I drew 6 lands and also had to mull 1. But this is not an okay way of this ending so simply. I'm going to trade the Moon Snare for another responsive card, I think. The Moon Snare prototype didn't really do what it needed to. And let's see, we have no card draw. Another Mirror Shell gives us a little more late game. Honestly, I think we just go full Mirror Shells for our late game. Get ourselves another Sky Swimmer, though. Sky Swimmers don't feel bad. We need card draw still, but counter spells at least stop their threats while we wait. Moon Snare Specialist isn't doing the work it needs to. I think, yeah, the Sky Swimmer Coins and Moon Snare is a good call. Suit Up cycling itself might be good enough. We're gonna try it. Alright. Yeah, Economy of Industry didn't have targets when we got to play it. Yeah. And the fourth Mirror Shell Crab is probably a mistake. As much as I think it's hilarious and amazing, it's probably an actual mistake. Alright. We have Island Kunai, Mountain Titan, Searchlight. Alright. This has to be a... Mechtitan has to be a creature for explosive entry to put a point on it. That's good to know. I had Flame Discharge to get rid of that before they could draw a card, but I think that's wasting the counter spell. And I can Mechtitan block. Searchlight's going to do its job here. The 2 bodies allows me to crew the 2. Huh. I think we just have to get rid of the Mnemonic Sphere, unfortunately. Explosive Entry is powerful, Searchlight Companion is powerful, Flame Discharge is a kill spell, which is significant. And I need the lands. Maybe the Searchlight was the discard. But... oh my gosh, they main deck a Lucky Offering. That's infuriating. They main decked Lucky Offering. Like, I get that there are artifacts in this format, but it's like the life gain isn't always isn't very important. It's like, why? I'll be blocking the Virus Beetle. Taking 2. I'll be killing their decoy on their turn. Thank you very much. Oh, okay. Is that everything to kill? Alright. Alright, and we're just gonna end here, I think. And I have both Flame Discharge and Ninja's Kunai held up. I do not want them drawing a card off Papercraft Decoy. Alright. I'll just kill this now. And I can X equals 2 kill this. Probably should have waited, but I didn't want to deal with any combat tricks. Mirror Shell Crab might have been valuable here, but oh well. We know they have discards. That was the last land in their hand, I believe. Alright. I will trade the Searchlight Companion. Because I'm the one who wants to be defensive right now. I think I counter just about anything that leaves them with less than 3 mana open. It's a bit premature, but I think it's okay. Especially since I have counter spells if they play a bigger threat right now. They did play a Kami of Terrible Secrets with no... Yeah, this deck is like kind of janky, but they're still holding it up against me, which tells me that my deck is very janky itself. If they have lands, they would have played it here. So... Oh, that's a land. I can tell because of the pause. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mirror Shell Crab should win me the game if I feel I can play it. Here we are. 5/7 Ward 3. Have fun. There's not many kill spells efficient enough for you to kill it with. Congratulations, you found a kill spell efficient enough to kill it with. Alright. Alright, well, when this one dies, I get a card back, so... Papercraft Decoy really good in these late game scenarios. Fire Patrol. I'm happy to trade with Moth Rider. It'll look like I'm pulling up a counterspell with full control. Full control just disappeared. Alright. Start with Papercraft Decoy attack. Oh, I could have returned my Papercraft and drew a card. That was the smart play. Why did is not the smart play? I'll be returning the Mirror Shell Crab to my hand. Get myself a big scary threat. They played less cards and have cards left in their deck. There's one. I get a draw card. Alright. I think it's just straight Mirror Shell. Yeah. Alright. I cannot to reduce this cost, so I can play it as well. And this island is staying in my hand for Hundreds of Night's Reach. In case anyone's curious why it's still there. Alright. Oh, this thing is Death Touch, I see. So they're saying I could attack. They could attack with my 2/2, with their 2/2, and not worry. Oh, or they could just kill the Enthusiastic Mech-Knot right now. For them, it's kind of farewell or bust. But they could have farewell, which would suck. At this point, I think I'm ready to throw in my Mirror Shell Crab to take out the Goshintai. Actually, better play. Alright. Alright, so here's a question. I think the answer is value. I could have attacked the mirror shells knowing the Ghost Shindai was getting bounced. Oh well. Alright, that's okay, it did its job. I think I just bounced the Mechanoct. Get rid of the Clawing Torment. Alright. Yep. So I do have the devaluing theme, and I do need to recognize I have a lot more when I bounce my own card effects than I expected. Or at least that Papercraft Decoy was a lot more valuable than I thought. Alright. Doitsuno Shiro. Okay, it's like they match up perfectly because they just said, oh, same ranking. Alright. We need to draw an island with this. Islands are the more common color in my deck. And if we... The moment we hit it, we have all our plays basically taken care of. I'm going to play the Ninja's Kunai first, because if they have some way to destroy artifacts, I'd rather it be the Kunai than the Virtue. If I draw the island, I could still play this for 0. Alright. 2 more draws on an island. Alright. So they're going to make this guy really big when it dies. So I can Inventive Iteration, bouncing this back and preventing the counters from going on anything. Alright. Okay, so I actually like Enthusiastic Eater of Virtue. Makes this cheaper later. And means if they attack, I can block and kill it while developing Flying to my Eater of Virtue. I think that's the play? Yep. In case they have a bad turn where they just kind of play a land to turn that into a 3/3 and attack thinking I don't block. I gotta inform them that they are mistaken. This also threatens more power. Bulgarian Hot Spring. Alright. I'm assuming they're putting one on the Fam Shigeki and attacking with both. That is the aggressive play I would expect. I could then block the Iron Apprentice and bounce the Fame. Just the Fame. Say no blocks this time, and it's because instead I can go Searchlight, equip Kunai here, and end the turn. Try to have Advantage Iteration bounce a creature that's more expensive than 1 mana, is basically the plan. Also allow their Invigorating Hot Spring to sink into the wrong values. Alright. Okay. So they are a fast, aggressive deck, and I should respect them as such. And now it's going to make a massive creature, which they're going to make it the Fane. Alright, now I can bounce that. Bring back the Ninja's Kunai, which will actually be very potent in this fight. I can Voltage Surge that. Yeah, no, I need an Inventive, because 1, this is accruing value, 2, this is a 5/5. And if I need to, I could sacrifice the Searchlight to kill a Simeon Sling. That sort of stuff. They only have 1 card left, so they are running out of resources. That's the biggest threat. And that's not even close. Sky Swimmer Koi, and ready myself a Voltage Surge. Or I can equip Eater of Virtue, ready to block and kill something. Tough choices. I have chump blocks, but yeah, this Invigorating Hot Spring is actually being a serious nuisance. We are not in the driver's seat as much as I want to be, but Futurist Sentinel plus Sky Swimmer will give us a massive blocker to deal with the forests. Deal with this 5/6. I think I just blocked because I need to not die right now. That's our focus first, foremost. Perfection! Oh my gosh. Alright. So now I attack with a Searchlight. I respawn by Moonsnaring. Bounce that. And when I bounce the Forest, it will not help the Harmonious Emergence. So the Harmonious Emergence goes to the grave. Alright. Now they can't play 1-drops if they draw them, which they seem to have plenty of. I think I just discard the land because right now we need other resources. I'm going to equip that here, so if they pump the Fane of Shigeki into a 5/5 using Hot Spring in the land, we can still kill it. This one right now. Alright. Just relaxing. Giving them the opportunity to make a mistake. Got big ol' Fane, but we have enough removal for it. Hey! Focus. These just went south suddenly. Wait, hold up. Did they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It didn't go south. You ready? They're going to attack with this. I'm going to take it and throw the kunai at their face. And now we have lethal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oof. So, for those who don't know, my bro Focus, total legend, he is. Started playing Paper Mario the 1000-Year Door to try it out. And, it ended up being, like, really good. So, still playing it. Alright. Yep. It's... So, we were talking about this, that the thing about, the Paper Mario, Origami King is you can't... One of the big problems with that Origami King specifically, it's a really good game, but it's held down by expectations. Like, like, if you treat it as a collectathon style game, if you treat it as more of a exploring the world, just getting used to the world sort of stuff, instead of as an RPG, instead of as a Paper Mario, not a 1000-Year Door sort of style game. If you treat it for what it is, it's actually a good game. It's just everyone wanted Paper Mario the 1000-Year Door 2, and that's not what it is, and therefore people gave it poor decisions. So anyways, we just went 3-1, so I'm very happy this deck was kind of welded together. There's 3 Mirror Shell Crabs in this deck. I love it. Yes, 1000-Year Door was the GameCube one. One of the things worth noting is that we don't, like, we have Inventive Iteration, and other than that, I think we're mostly using commons. Oh, Mech Titan Core, but that has not come up yet. As a matter of fact, I might just pull out the Mech Titan Core and bring out another Mirror Shell Crab. I might honestly do it. Mech Titan hasn't done much. But we're going to stick with it as is now. Our previous run went 7-1, so I'm really happy about that. And that one, I don't think had any rares. Though it had Oniko Anvil, which was its own type of rare. But yeah. Alright. We have 2 playables, and the moment we draw red, we have removal. Snowball rolling down the hill, don't let it gain too much momentum. That's generally the strategy against snowballs. Because a snowball can become an avalanche. Easy voltage surge when I want it. Alright, cool. I draw a card. Oof. Yeah, 1000-Year Door was the GameCube one, easy addiction. Yep. We're gonna let this hit us first before we kill it, because we don't care about that 1 damage. We do care about killing more threatening things. This doesn't seem to be the case, so we'll just spend our mana. And then we'll play a Sky Swimmer Koi. Get ourselves something that can block this 2-3 easily. Oof. If we attack, I'm going to force him to have it. Hopefully it doesn't put a +1/+1 counter. Ooh, Norika. I cannot let that Norika hit. One choice is Moon Snare it back to their hand, but I think it's just better to Flame Discharge. Not worth attacking because the Golden Tail is going to do too much in response. So yeah, I think I'm just going to Flame Discharge. I'm going to just Flame Discharge for the full 3 to play around Light the Way. Alright. And they didn't attack last turn, which tells me they don't have any combat tricks, so they'd have to draw it now. A lot better. Alright. So I can attack. Okay. So I can just play second Sky Swimmer Koi. I think I'm going to play this as a land, because that way I could Moon Snare and Explosive Entry on the same turn. As long as we prevent the Golden Tail from attacking, we have positive pressure. The Ink Rise does get to attack in freely because of its abilities, but we're okay with that. Okay. And slash. Makes sense. Ooh. Alright. We do have to wait, unfortunately. They do only have one card, but they do have board. Yep. Alright. Well, we have to play as if they don't have a combat trick. I'm thinking they play when we're young. Nope, they just sacrifice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not enough yet. I think I just 4-mana Moon Snare, bounce back the Golden Tail Disciple, or bounce back the Ink Rise actually, and let them have a turn. Now, I think it's better to just hold up the Mirror Shell Crab should they do something seriously threatening. They are saying that they have lethal soon, so... And that is worth countering. Imperial Oath closes out games. I'm like, what could they have? Alright. Oh, we'll bounce that back. That sounds good. I can't block this anyways, but I can block this. I have to leave it open because I can't really get through the Golden Tail. If I attack and the Golden Tail gets in, that's a mistake. I have to slow the game down, and Explosive Entry does not make sense when they don't have an artifact. This can only pump once. Still too much for the Sky Swimmer, but... you can't kill. I have 2 more turns to draw. Well, knowing Focus, he's happy that this card saw some play before. Alright. Oof. This looks like a very bad situation. And that's because it is. 1 more turn before they can double pump the Ink Rise. We do not block with Sky Swimmer this turn on the Ink Rise. Next turn's open season. Do we have any artifacts in Mirror Shell Crab? And switch. Yep. Oof. Is that just game? I think that might be just game. I mean, so I gotta kill the Ink Rise Infiltrator. And then I have to chump block the Takuchi's Shadow Walker, though. They're offering the trade. I need to take it. Not a good spot. Triple B's, beefy blue boys. Yep, love me some of those. But yeah, I think that just submitted that Mech-Titan Core is not the win condition for this deck. We just don't have enough to support it. It's a 2-mana 2/4 that we have to crew We don't always have the opportunity to crew, especially early on. I think that was with 2 plays of Mech Titan in which it did absolutely nothing, and enough plays where we showed that we have enough late game already. I think we get to pull out the Mech Titan core. For what we put in its place, I think it might be the Disruption Protocol. Might be the Peerless Samurai. We definitely want a creature of some sort, which I think means it has to be the Peerless Samurai. Oof. Just confirming that it's the best one, because I can Mirror Shell Crab instead, get more counter spells. Yep, I think we need the earlier game. Just the presence on board, more than the counter spell. Alright. Well, continue on. We got 3 wins, okay? 3 wins 3 wins is the minimum you want. And this deck didn't exactly have the highest aspirations. Yeah, one of the strange things is with the Mirror Shell Crabs, I play them as their 7-mana 5/7s, and the game's not closing. In fact, we're not even winning sometimes by the time that happens. Alright. Eater Virtue into Mnemonic Sphere into Acquisition Octopus. Alright. This, yeah, will be more card draw, so we're just going to play it. Alright, Simic. Disney can't attack, so they want us to go into the late game, I see. I might just hold up Mnemonic. I'm holding up Mnemonic Sphere and the Mirror Shell Crab. They are not doing anything threatening, and I don't want to throw the Acquisition Octopus to get sacrificed when it can't even get through anyways. They're going to pay a 5-drop, we're going to counter it, and they're going to feel bad. And we can't counter it because they have 3 mana. But that Shigeki needs to die. Like, ASAP. Alright. I can reconfigure an Acquisition Octopus onto this. We'll probably be discarding the Explosive End. Tree. Okay. Things went very south very fast, everyone. Alright. But they are out. This should hold them back. But yeah, the fact that they played Shigeki on the Orochi turn really hurt. Oh, I get an Explosive Entry. That cool. And I'm actually going to wait till play Crucible of Defiance, so I can equip the Eater of Virtues and the Acquisition Octopus to the card, basically. So here's the thing, everything has 3 toughness. So what I can do is I equip the Acquisitions Octopus. Well, actually, hold up. Let's just make a big scary threat. First, we make a big scary threat. We'll worry about the acquisitions later. But yeah, I can attack with this 1, equip, and attack with a 1/1. Oof. But yeah, I think the second Mirror Shell has to be used to counter the Shigeki's redraw effect. because they're going to use Shigeki to win this late game hard, but if they don't realize they can't win the late game. Alright. Equip Eater of Virtue to this guy. Alright. And I could just 1 mana kill their Fane. Five. I don't want to trade the Mirror Shell Crab right now, but this I'm happy to trade. Force them to use Shigeki. Perfectly acceptable in my mind. And that's why I didn't attack with Mirror Shell yet. And yeah, we need to save this second Mirror Shell to counter Shigeki's activated ability. Well, actually it can't pull out the Kahiri, so we at least have that. Alright, they discard the Historians because Mirror Shell Crab kind of negates it to an extent. Where are they targeting? The Acquisitions Octopus? So we lose the Acquisitions Octopus, but we still have this 3-1 and this 5-7 that get to swing in. We need to stop the Shigeki. I think we accept it. Alright. They'd have to triple block the Mirror Shell Crab to kill it, which allows me to kill the Likeness and the Merge Keeper. Two, three, four, 5, 6, 7. They're not gonna use it yet. Right. So I'm confident they're not using Shigeki this turn, and we can start pressuring with our big boys. And on a future, like, so my guess is they might just play a land in their turn, and then we'll. All right, 4/4 flyer is still just a flyer. I have no concerns. Oh, perfect. So I get to use the Acquisitions Octopus to kill that. I'm going to attack first. See if they double block using Vector Glider. And then I can Voltage Surge killing the Vector Glider. Yep. Gain myself that free kill. Yep. Alright. And this is where Shigeki starts being the thing they want to do. And because Shigeki is what they want to do, I'm now holding up a counterspell to stop them from ever gaining that value. Dragon Kami Reborn, do not care. They'll be dead before it matters. Their dragon's already in their graveyard, which the fact that they have the Kikiri is pretty impressive on their part, honestly. Alright, they cannot block either Mirror Shell successfully, and the 3-1 gets to get in now. As well. Alright. threaten lethal. Wait, do we threaten lethal? No. No, we are off lethal by 1 point of damage. Alright, this is where Shigeki comes in, and this is where the Mirror Shell Crab comes in. So we can bring back 2 cards. And I will just counter it in response. They can't bring back legendaries, but it doesn't even matter. We're just countering Shigeki anyways. And these Mirror Shell Crabs actually won us the game here. Hey! Mirror Shell's doing their job. I am happy. I am very happy. Yeah, I don't blame them for taking all this time. Shigeki is a really hard card to parse. Alright. So they need to draw a creature that can help block, and the Dragakami Reborn needs to give them a threat big enough that they can actually survive this. There we are! Hey, Mirror Shell Crab doing its job! Doing its job! Glad to hear it. Glad I gotta see it. Alright. 4 wins. Hey. That's the big gem increase. Alright. So we've basically spent 100 gems on this draft because of that, which is awesome. That's where I want to be. Alright. They mulliganed. So I can mulligan safely. Ah! I won more than 2 lands. That's why I mulliganed, in case anyone was wondering. So drawing 2 lands is quite painful. The wombo combo. I think I'm gonna get rid of either Peerless Samurai or Moonstare Specialist. Doesn't seem like what I want right now. If I draw a red, but not any more mana, Peerless can help me play Sky Swimmer Koi, Flame Discharge, you know, all that stuff. We have 3 draws out of Mountain, 4 if the Papercraft Decoy gets taken out. I'm wondering if they have the same thought as I do. 2 lands plus a Decoy. But we drew 4 Sky Swimmer Kois. I need the lands. Alright, so they have their mana base fixed. Alright. If I don't have my lands, let's at least race them. And win the race. Well, what a way to go. Turn 4, invoke the agents. Meanwhile, I'm stuck on 2 mana. I say good game, but it wasn't good game. It was bad game. But at least I reduced 2 damage with the Mirror Shell Crab. Yeah. So that last one was just land and consistency, and my god, they had Invoke the Ancients on turn 4. Like, that's the best, that's probably one of the best invokes in Limited, and they had it a turn early, and they went first. Any card that underperformed. Skystormer Koi kind of underperformed, but I don't know what I would have done instead. I definitely need more 2-drops, more like early game responses, more kill spells, that sort of stuff. But yeah, saying Skystormer Koi underperformed isn't really saying much, because well, actually it is saying quite a bit. Because Skystormer Koi is kind of like the top end, but we had all of those Mirror Shell Crabs, so we didn't need more top end, we needed more mid to late game. Mid to early game, and that was our issue. Okay, I've identified it, because I like to identify where the issue came from. Skystormer Koi is more of the top end for a mid-range deck, and we were using it as a mid-range for a late game deck, and that's not what it is. Alright, so just understanding where Skystormer Koi fits and why it did not fit there, and from there, drafting so that I have enough early game. Eater of Virtue did amazing when we drew it, but you don't always draw it, and it's not enough to save you if the rest of your deck isn't constructed well. Also, you can't beat turn 4 Invoke the Ancients unless you have a plan or a counter spell. Anyways, thank you all for watching. I hope you all have a wonderful day. I hope you are the one who gets to do a turn 4 Invoke the Ancients. Alright, again, I am going to refill my water, I am going to empty this water, and then we're going to continue on with one more draft today. But for now, I gotta go do that. Alright. Back to our drafts. Oh, I gotta show you the construction decks sometime. But not right now. Welcome back, everyone. Yep, our mic's on. The screen's good. Solid. Untapped's active. Should have checked that much sooner. Alright. It's kind of funny. I spent one draft using a token, one draft using 10,000 gold, and now I'm going to use 1,500 gems. So, I'm going to do one draft with each purchasing price. Beautiful. But yeah, at 3 wins, you're making it worth. At 4 wins, you're making it back. And then everything beyond that is money. Alright. Waiting for that one person who never jumps in. Oh well, they're here now. Alright. Gonjo Uprising. Replication Specialist, Merge Keeper, Roaring Earth. This pack seems pretty bad. Replication Specialist can be good. So the problem with the Gonjo Uprising is it's the final burst, but really works when your opponent doesn't have creatures, so you can get in, or some way to break the evenness of it. And in Limited, you're not going to find that. Replication Specialist is a top-end finisher for that artifact deck we just played. We've played red artifacts in some way or another every time today. Roaring Earth is also an option. Alright, person to our right, I think, has made their pick too early. Like, they must have got a good rare. Makes sense for the first, but then just to pick off really fast. But I'm just trying to decide Roaring Earth or Replication Specialist. We just did a bunch of blue artifacts. I'm going to try out Roaring Earth, see if this is any good. We might get an Heir to the Ancient Fane to back it up. That sort of stuff. And Twin Shot Sniper is an insane red card, so we're picking that. Yeah, their rare was amazing. Upriser Renegade could end up wheeling, possibly. Tails Master Shishiro. Both of these green cards are amazing, but Twin Shot Sniper is a kill spell, it's a creature, it's everything you want, and then some. Alright. Life of Toshiro Imazawa. I recognize none of our cards have really played well with one another yet, but it's like, this is one of the best red cards, this is one of the best black cards, and this was just a speculative because our first pack sucked. And like, if I don't pick this, what am I picking? Experience Synthesizer? I'm not sure I want to be the Synthesizer deck. Reinforced Ronin? Part of the Synthesizer deck, not sure I want to be it. And we kind of already did that once, so I'm going to go with Life of Toshiro because it's just such a powerful card. Alright. Sawn Shaper, Ember Keeper. Commune with Spirits. Yeah, I don't like the black here. So I think I'd either go with Aki Ember Keeper or Tawashi Sawn Shaper, and that depends on whether I want to go red or whether I want to go black, of which one I choose. This is good if you have the deck for it, but we're nowhere near that deck right now. This one, we saw previously, it's not always good enough. I'm gonna go with the Tawashi Sawn Shaper, because if we end up in the wrong deck for this, it's still a 2-mana 2/2, where this is a 2-mana 2/1 if we're in the wrong deck for it. Alright. Bearer of Memory. Economy of Terrible Secrets. We do already have some artifacts and enchantments, like 2 artifacts, 2 enchantments. So Economy of Terrible Secrets isn't that bad. We would be throwing back the Roaring Earth and basically say we're not green anymore. Which, honestly, the green's been thinning out. I think that's okay. Containment Construct. We have nothing to do with drawing and discarding right now. We could Roaring Earth to channel into a creature, and then still play the Roaring Earth, but I don't think those two really want to mesh. You'd rather get 2 more +1/+1 counters. Oof. I'll grab the Containment Construct because it's an uncommon, and because it fits to whatever deck we end up in, but yeah. Alright. white. Shade Fellow Centipede or Copy of Terrible Secrets. Also, white has been really open. I think I'm going to pick the Spirited Companion and say we have to escape it to white. Because we have just not been getting offered the cards we want, and white was really open. We're not blue. We know we're not blue. I'm going to go grab the Inkrise. Just a 2-drop. Has that threat element. Playable. Something these others can't really say. Boot Up with Sage is pretty cool, but we don't have any creature big enough to make it actually impressive. Alright. I'm going to grab the Debt to the Kagi. We might end up going black-white here. End up being the Artifact Enchantment deck. Just because we don't really have any other direction. This is our old pack. Another Inkrise, I guess. We don't have any Samurai to make the Katana worthwhile. Black is the only color we seem to be getting consistently right now. It's not even like the good blacks. We're gonna go with it, but I don't like our position. Yeah. And suddenly green. Season of Renewal, when it's good, is absolutely backbreakingly amazing. So we're going to pick up here. Going to pick up the Era of Enlightenment, because none of these are really playable. I don't want Kaido's Pursuit in my deck. We are not... Even when we're very ninja-y, that's not even a card we really want. So I think what we throw out is these two, and we either go with like some black-green control. We might just honestly do like some sort of, try to do an Abzan control. Alright, Cloudsteel Kieran. I'm trying to think if there's anything to even justify. Like, these are some good black cards, but Cloudsteel Kieran, if you could reconfigure it and they don't have a kill spell, which happens, it does happen, let me tell you, that wins you the game. And it's a 3-mana 3/2 otherwise, that's already good stats. We could get Imperial Oath, we could get a Kami, we could get a lethal... Yeah, we have all these good black cards as well. But yeah, this Cloudsteel Kieran is... We cannot pass it up. Alright. Fall of Lord Konda or Takenuma? Takenuma is, again, one of those easy, if we're playing black, it fits. But Fall of Lord Konda, I think, is just too good of a kill spell. And it basically pushes us to say, hey, we get to be white now. Well, we have a lot of black cards. None of the black cards are really good. Well, none of the green cards are really that good either. But yeah, we're signing with Fall of Konda. Intercessor's Arrest not making it back. We'll hope for the Jukai Trainee or something like that. Oh my gosh. Alright. Lethal Exploit, Long Reach of the Night. Long Reach is a win condition. It's a finisher. We have no green here. Alright. I think I'd grab the Generous Visitor because, like, there's nothing... Like, we don't have ways to make this work. And when it comes to enchantments, we already have 7. So Generous Visitor will work if we get it. Gifted Growth could be a play later. I'm hoping to get some tap lands later. But yeah, I think we're like 3 color right now. Definitely, I think we're black, white, and possibly splashing green. Cruelty or the others, I think we go with Cruelty. This also means the other Go Shintai gets even more value. Alright, I think we just go Jukai Trainee to make sure... Well, hold up, how many... We have a lot of 2-drops already. But a lot of them are bad 2-drops, so... Ugh. Safekeeping, perhaps? We're gonna pick the Trainee just as a safety. Alright. Befriending the Mops or Okaiba Salvage? We have 2 artifacts. Yeah, not enough to justify salvage. So we'll grab a Befriending, see if this ends up paying off. Alright, what sort of deck are we right now? We are kind of the drag the game out and then win through late game, just having all the resources sort of thing. I'm gonna move this so that we have green as our escape route, and we're black-white otherwise. I'm also gonna pull out the cards that we don't want to put in if I can help it. I might play Death Economy if I have to. Right now, this looks like 10 cards. Another Season of Renewal. I think we just go with the Golden Tail Disciple here. Yeah, Lifelink's pretty nice. We already have one season. We don't want to unless we get like Shigeki or something. Green, we might look for that card that lets us splash. We're gonna just pull out all the cards that aren't amazing right now, or like aren't hitting the deck if I can help. This many cards made it through. Silencer or Reckoner Raid? That is the question. I think that's the only two choices, really. We have 4... Well, we have Ink Rises I can put in. Yeah, Okiva's just a safe bet. I'm gonna put the Ink Rises back in. Oof. So, Historian's Wisdom, after seeing it played against me, I have more respect for it, so I'm going to put that over there for now. Still no ways to buff it. It is a creature, though. Another debt, in case I want 3. I mean, we could just have as many kill spells as they have creature spells. Skyblessed Samurai, Intercessor's Arrest. 9 enchantments, 1 artifact. We definitely... And if we go into the sideboard, like... we end up with more enchantments than anything. So I'm going to go with Skyblessed Samurai. Intercessor's Arrest is not a bad card to pick. The reason I'm not picking it is because we already have 3 debt to the commies if I want more removal. Enormous Energy Blade isn't as bad as people think it is, but because people think it's bad, it's going to be picked way later in the pack. Okay, well, I don't see how we don't pick Eater of Virtue. Like, the Inkrise Infiltrators give it flying, the Golden Tail Disciple gives it lifelink, and Goshen Tide gives us Death Touch. Like, yeah, I don't see how Eater of Virtue gets this far in. Imperial Oath would be nice, otherwise Save the Tail Minotaur is fine, Chainfell Centipede is fine. Honestly, Return to Action is okay. Alright. This might be where Imperial Recovery Unit is playable. Yeah, I think this is it. Because, yeah, if we flip it over, it can recover Spirit Companion, 2 Infiltrators. Yeah, we're going to go with the Recovery Unit. Alright. I'll Repel the File as an extra kill spell. Michiko's is just that good, and with 10 enchantments and 3 artifacts, it's going to happen often enough, and just kick teeth in, basically. That is a win condition in and of itself. I think I just pick another Repel the Vial. Because it targets, it's better than the Kami one, but by too much. I don't think... Okay, so hold up. So I could put in these to hit 21. I'll put the Regent's Authority in here because I might actually end up playing some Regent's Authorities. Lethal Exploit, just a kill spell. Always good. And it's cheap, which is actually important. Blade Blesser. Alright, hold up. Only 7 creatures. Okay, we need to solve that. So, this is going to be a 3-2 Menace. Or we can actually have a decoy which could draw us cards. Which, when we're controlling, this actually seems pretty good. Alright. So, this is a deck if we need it. It's not a good deck, but it's a deck if we need it. 23 cards. And it's the mid-range, but I'm destroying all your stuff, so I'm actually the control deck. We have 5 removal right then and there. We need more creatures. I'm picking up the Chainfell Centipede or the Seven-Tailed Mentor. This has to be an aggressive creature if we use it. So I almost want to use Seven-Tail instead. Oh, ran out of time. When we were young. Turn to action. Don't think it's going to be able to pull in. But yeah, not having creatures, but having a lot of removal. We'll have to do it because I'm not sure how many sagas we have that are creatures. Because, yeah, that's already 3 right there. I'm going to assume we have enough and put the Chainfell in there. And yeah, it already just like hovering over. It looks like we have so many sagas. Alright. So let's see. So if we need creatures, we have an Unforgiving one. Otherwise, hold up. So type creature. Okay. Okay, suddenly the numbers change. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 early drops, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 late drops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kill spells. 7, 8 if you count these two. 9 if you count this. Okay, so we don't have card advantage. That is our big flaw. We don't draw cards. Because we don't draw cards and we top out at 4, I might want to go to 16 lands. But if I go to 16 lands, I don't know what I put in its place. Unforgiving one. If, let's see, we have Eater Virtue, which can modify. And that looks to be about it. Yep. So Unforgiving one would literally just be a 3-mana, 2/3 menace. If that's the case, I'd rather have Chainflail Centipede. So it's just a question of, do we Chainflail and take out planes? Or do I just play 17 lands and accept that it's possible I can flood out? Because yeah, this is the main issue right now. We can absolutely flood out. Okay, hold up. I can play Dramaticist Puppet as my next character. And I have how many sagas? Saga. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I could like redo a Long Reach of the Night saga trigger. I can, if I have enough mana, I could play Fall of Lord Konda, exile something, remove the counter, so it comes back again. Okay, so if I do something, it's the Dramaticist Puppet. I think. Well, there's only 2 cards really that do something big with it. And this one is 7 mana, so that's not really reasonable. We're going to try 17, but we'll be ready to pull out if, like, we end up drawing too many lands. Inquiry's Infiltrators take advantage of the lands. Hey. We'll try it out. Whole ton of sagas. So even though we look like a kind of aggressive mid-range, we are very much controlling mid-range. Alright. 1 drop into 2 drop into 3 mana kill spell and 2 mana kill spell. This is the biggest keep. Gosh. That picture, man. That's a horror movie. It's a beautiful war movie. They mulled all the way to... No, they mulled to 6. They just went first. Okay. Do we have any cards that cost double white? No? Alright, I'm gonna hide the fact that I'm white. I'm gonna just Eagle-Eyes Infiltrator. I could have Era of Enlightenment, actually. That might have been the better play. But I kind of want to encourage them to use Ninja's Kunai. Yep. Lethal Exploit, I could Era of Enlightenment. I think I hold up Debt to the Kami and Lethal Exploit. See how they respond. Good game? Are they just... They mulled because they didn't have lands, and being stuck at 2, they were just like, alright, I'm done. Alright. That was a nice little free win. Always nice to have them. Unfortunate that our opponent had that situation. Ooh. Alright. Love for Abzan. I'm not mulliganing. It ain't the best, but we're not mulliganing. Red? That's not part of Abzan. You liar. Oh, well, just because you love, I guess, doesn't mean you're that every single time. Fair enough. They could destroy my Ear of Virtue, but... It's a 3-drop. Oh my god. My Long Reach of the Night is going to absolutely obliterate them. Because they'll have... Well, if they sacrifice the creatures, because it's a creature and it gets sacrificed, so the land doesn't come back. So now they have to start discarding cards, and if they ever choose to sacrifice the creature, like, they cannot sacrifice the creature. They have to discard cards. It is a little early, but I think it's okay. Mana value 4 or greater. Power 4 or greater. Alright, so if they equip the Ancestral Katana, they actually allow me to repel the Vial on it. Alright. We're gonna ready the Repel the Vial. If they equip the Ancestral Katana, we can kill something. Alright, so here's the thing. I can actually repel the Vial, the Crackling Emergence. They get their land, but they don't get a draw card. Because... Alright, hold up. If you control a modified creature. Okay. So they're dealing 2 more damage, and they're losing... Yep. So now I just need to survive the next several turns. I'm going to play the Fraternity of the Moths, because I need that 2/4. And this forces them to use the Ancestral Katana or bust as the big creature. I will state we don't have card draw, so if they start drawing cards, we can be in trouble. Alright. We're going to actually no-block this. No, it's rough. Alright. This can properly block the Sozenkin Smelter with the equipment. And we don't have anything to bring back with it, so... go with that. And then we'll have a 2-4 that becomes a 4-4. And if they ever play a big creature, Fall of Lord Konda gets the job done. They dealt 2 damage. Okay. Alright. Well, they're almost out of cards, so at least I have that, but I am very low on health. Thank you. Three, 1 to 3. I'm gonna wait to use that to the Kami because I can. And let's use the Imperial Cavalry unit to kill this guy. They have some sort of artifact destruction. I can respond with a debt to the Kami. Oh, I can just debt to the Kami. They don't even get the card draw. Alright. No creatures to bring back. We're gonna save, because if they cost less than 4 mana, Lethal Exploit has them. If they cost more than 4 mana, Fall of Konda has them. So now we start counter-pressuring. So unfortunately, because it's the long reach and not the backside, Eater of Virtue is not giving Menace, and if this thing dies, it will not be giving Flying. They have another Voltage Surge, and they sacrifice the Imperial Covering unit. Ooh. Well. Alright. So know their hand. Oh my gosh. 1, 2, 3, 4, and leaving 2 up. Perfect. Alright, hold on. Alright. And if they ever kill my Inkrise Infiltrator, I get to pull it back with an Imperial Recovery unit. So yeah, we let it get low. But at the end of the day, we don't let it get low enough. Haito could be killed with Fall of Lord Konda. And Imperial Recovery units can be punted with Inkrise Infiltrator. I'm going to just Lethal Exploit this so I don't have to worry about it later. And so I can possibly win this game, like, right now. And now we threaten lethal 5 Ways to Sunday. And... Ooh. Yeah, these ambitious assaults were, unfortunately, too ambitious. I was able to, every single time, kill the creature that they would be using to help use the ambitious assault to... Basically, they needed a modified creature in play to use the ambitious assault, and we always killed the creature that they would draw a card with. Alright. Well, deck's doing its job. Debt to the commies work when you have enough ways to force them to sacrifice and kill and all that other stuff. And funnily enough, Debt to the Commie would not work with the Intercessor's Arrest, which we passed 2 up early. So that's very cool. That because we didn't take the Intercessor's Arrests, Debt to the Commie is much stronger. Because all of our removal actually rips it off the battlefield. They had to mulligan as well? I mean, I like free wins, but I also like having a game that I get to play. Alright. Basically, here's the card that says, hey, kill it or else. Draw a land. Let's have a game, please. Okay. We're gonna leave up the Repel to Vial and Debt to the Commie, so we can use it to answer however we want to answer. Alright. Well, if that's the case, I'm gonna make them exile a creature they control. Alright, do they want to exile their Mind Leak mech instead? Really? Wow. And now we threaten lethal. And we have a Repel the Vial. If they go back to 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. There was no way out of that. Were they playing more colors than just 2? Was it just that... Oh, they may have only had so much white. Right. Their hand was probably white, and they only drew blue lands till too late. That's probably what actually happened. Alright. I will never complain about a free win, but I will say I do like having games. If every win's a free win, then maybe I start complaining. Because then the game becomes boring. Doesn't matter how much you win, if you're not intrigued, if you're not invested in your win, it means nothing. So... Oof. Hey! I'm you, but stronger. It's like Tamio versus Tamio. I have that skin as well. I like this Kamigawa set, so I bought that skin as well. I just prefer this one. Okay, we're gonna scry away any lands. We don't need lands anymore. I'm very glad I scryed first. I'm going to start with the Imperial Recovery unit. Next turn we'll play Papercraft Decoy. Have this ready to block if need be. Next turn go Shintai. Fetch Menace. There we are. Ooh.
Power belongs in the hands of those who take it. No one's coming to save them.
All right. I think I need to attack both into Betrayer Flesh. So here's my plan. And it's not the best plan, but it is a plan. The hope is that they block the Iron Apprentice against the Imperial Recovery unit, which makes the Lethal Exploit a valid play. Alright. We did say that lands were an issue. We did say that prior. Now this Imperial Recovery unit gets to recover the Papercraft decoy. I mean, if they discard an artifact, it means they're not discarding lands. So this is not card advantage unless it's actually discarding engine fuel, you know? But yeah, just format turning this 1/1 into a 5/5 is pretty impactful, especially since it has other effects. Alright, Mirror Shell. So this, I think, was a I was going to say this, I think, is a mistake because they can channel for 1, which is very powerful, but if they have Behold the Unspeakable, I understand their decision. Alright, so I could still go Shintai to crew the Imperial Recovery units to attack Tezzeret. Alright. I think that's better than Golden Tail Disciple right now. The Death Touch is significant. Whoa, 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 whoa. Get myself my Papercraft decoy. Cool. Alright. So right now we threaten Tezzeret, but this is a bomb, and they're both on the field. And they have 5 cards in hand. Yeah, we are in a bad spot. Let's just be very clear, this is not a good spot to be. Because the way that our deck is built to 1-for-1 our opponents on command, and our opponent has proceeded to 2-for-1 us. Or just draw cards to get them out of 1-for-1 situations. Alright, I need a kill spell for Skystorm McCoy. I need a Debt to the Kami. I will be trading the Ghost Shintai for... Alright. I'm happy to trade the Ghost Shintai to try to reduce Tezzeret's strength. Alright. I'm gonna wait to repel the Vial on the Unspeakable. Because this thing's only going to be a 3/3, and every time they play a card, it gets smaller. So, literally, if they dump their hand, they lose their Unspeakable. Cannot attack this turn. If they try to use it as a threat in some way, I get to respond by repelling it. That moment when you feel like your win condition is milling them. Alright, they have an artifact. Okay, yep. Reality Heist is just not a good card. Power for a Raider. Okay. Yeah, see, so now it's a 1/1. So doesn't even matter. Also, if they discarded and then drew, like if that was an option, they would have lost their Vision of the Unspeakable. I think I kill their Arm Guard familiar with Goshintai. And if they don't keep cards in hand, I kill their Vision Unspeakable as well with this. Oh, and if they use that to buff their Skystorm Koi, I get Repel It. Beautiful how all this works. Okay, the last card they want to keep. That is worth noting. Okay, I can still repel the Visions of the Unspeakable. So I'll target enchantment. Alright, I think we would block with these two. And they can only kill one. Oh, and if they minus to make the chain flail big, I can actually repel the vial of the chain flail, kill the Tezzeret, and keep moving forward. And then I just have to deal with the Sky Swimmer Koi. Yeah, I don't understand why they didn't draw first. Thank you for sacrificing your Tezzeret. So first we kill this. Want to make this right. Then we Fall of Lord Konda, killing their Sky Swimmer Koi. And then we end the turn. Decline. Okay, we are back in this game. And we can decide if we want to repel the Chainflail Centipede or something that comes later. I think I'm high enough on health. The Hand of Enlightenment can block the Chainflail. Inkrise could now become a threat. Alright, they decide Disruption Protocol that. Fair enough. Well, they use the Disruption Protocol on a 2-drop. I'm happy. I'm happy enough. They can't attack with Chainflail without Hand of Enlightenment doing something. And we're just going to get rid of this so that they don't have a way to stop the damage. Alright, so just another Disruption Protocol. Fine by me. Yeah, I'll attack with the Hand of Enlightenment. Fragment of Konda draws me a card if they kill it. But yeah, double Disruption Protocol, Desert. Yeah, they have a really good deck. I feel like they piloted it poorly. Also, is this the opponent that had 2 mil, or was that the previous opponent? Yep. Is this getting disruption as well? I have a feeling that pause tells me they have either a counterspell or a bounce spell. Yep. Do I want that on top? Yeah. I mean, they felt like they needed to Moonstare to stop it. It applies pressure. Yeah, why not? Seven lands to 7 lands. So I can exile the short circuit to kill the Chainfell Centipede if I want. I have a threat with Inkrise Infiltrator. We'll continue with our lives. An Inkrise Infiltrator is arguably much more threatening because it can deal an additional point of damage. We're going to block like this, get ourselves a card draw. Oh my gosh. So we have 8 mana. So watch. So we're going to do this. We're going to give a creature -1/-1. And now we can auto-pay killing the Chainfell Centipede. Oh my god, that... And that's why Life of Toshiro is insane. Alright. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. We threatened to lethal with that Life of Toshiro. Yep, 1-for-1ing our opponent seems to work well. Even when they're drawing cards. Because our cards all deal with their big threats. Wow. I felt like, yeah, this deck would be pretty good, but like, oh my gosh. I did not expect it to be as good as it's been. A dapper opponent. We have a decoy, we have a companion, we have a mana. We of course had to flex on them with a cooler plan. This was not an option. This was a necessity. Try to pull a kill spell towards Papercraft, so they could go, ha! You didn't draw a card off of your 2-drop that, you know, drew a kill spell because it's a 2-drop. And then we Cloud Steal. And we laugh at their inability to deal with an artifact creature. Alright. So, it wasn't a very good kill spell, but it did draw a kill spell out. That is artifact creature. Okay. Alright. I am playing this straight into a lethal exploit. I recognize that. It just, like, I can't play around everything, and I didn't feel like playing Spirited Companion here. They're not dealing much damage. They only have their black mana up. Land. I'll draw more. Let's try to draw more right now. Nope, okay. Yeah, if they pumped, that would have told me a lot about their hand. We're going to play the Inkrise so we can equip it, recruit it, and get the Papercraft decoy back to our hand. I think that's the plan. And if we could get a land to lethal exploit the Kami of Terrible Secrets while we're at it, how fantastic would that be? Despite them playing Kaido's Pursuit, we still have the card advantage on them. How absurd is that? Alright. They decide they're the aggressor, and they're going to look like one. I'm going to just lethal exploit this now. I don't want to run myself into a bad situation, basically. Because I could end up making the mistake and they just... I could have forced them to pay 4 mana and then for nothing, but I think I could stop them in time already. I don't need to do that. If I draw a land, I can actually attack with the Imperial Recovery, and if they block so we both have 3/1s, I can go Shintai and kill their Kami. Alright, so they just killed my 1/2. This is going to recruit the Imperial Recovery unit, so we're going to just do this and get a little aggressive. Yeah, because this is going to recruit the Imperial Recovery unit, I'm not too worried. Like, I will lose my Imperial Recovery unit to just stop the Kami. I can then exile any big creatures or things of that nature. You got a the Kami or something? You got a Kami Torment? What you got? How are you killing my Imperial Recovery unit? Alright, well now I get to repel the Vial of your Kami. Or I could just dead it. Yep. I like that. Slightly better. Slightly cleaner. And this means they don't have a choice, and the Repel Vial can still kill the Okaiba if this becomes a threat. The fact that we've both been at 4 mana this entire game, and we're still here. They go Shintai. This becomes a 4/4. Yeah, I can block everything, so I don't need to go beyond that. Decline. They don't have anything with toughness 1. This is getting close because I have so low health. They have to have Invoked Despair, is my guess. But it's really weird that they have so little... They only have 4 mana this late in. Alright, so I can Repel the Vial again. Alright, so they kill that one. I think I'd block like that. Do I just take 4? It means that Invoke Despair kills me. Oof, eat Aunt Made Spaghetti. You jealous? I will. I won't be once I'm done with the stream, because I will be going in right after you, but... Hey, we threaten lethal. Despite everything. Oh, hey, look at that. Life of Toshiro Yamazawa proving once again why it's the best black card with just generic decks. Oh my gosh. Hey, gold rank. Good to be gold. Good to be gold. Alright. How has this run been doing, by the way? I think it's been doing really well. I don't know how well though. 5-0. Haha. Yeah, that's pretty darn well. Hey, that was weird. Our opponent was mono black, and they played so many of their cards. I think they were legitimately mono black. Mayhem. All right, Papercraft. Again, I hate mulliganing. A single white land is good enough. Never punished. All right, so we have Papercraft Decoy or Lethal Exploit, depending on what we feel is more important. All right. They're swarming us. I don't want to play Papercraft Decoy into this. I'm going to actually get ready for a lethal exploit. I'm assuming they're going to ninjutsu something, and then I could kill what's ninjutsu'd in. Or I could just lethal exploit the Simian Sling right now. Make sure they can't quit. Alright. Now we have a Golden Tail Disciple. Deck with Circuit Mentor, I'll block, force them to have it, and I'll gain life in the process. Don't attack with Circuit Mentor, I can play a Swamp, force them to have it. I gotta do that on another turn. But yeah, turn 5 is gonna be good for me, I think. Should I draw land? If they play Sky Swimmer Koi, I get a Fall of Lord Conduit. Starlight Companion. Starlight. Alright. Play a Flyer. Alright. If I draw one... If I draw a Swamp, I'm in good shape. Or if I draw a land, I'm in good shape, is what I was trying to say. Because I don't want to reveal the Ghost Shintai until I have a kill shot with it. Because they could have Voltage Surge and... or their own Ghost Shintai. Alright, well, we successfully stun locked them. There we are. Alright. We will now slowly start ticking away their creatures. Next goes Network Disruptor. They just need it as a 2/4. Alright. They're dealing damage little by little, but I don't think that's that big of a threat. Start by playing Good Boy. Alright, we'll have a Repel later. I'm not going to use the Paper Deck Decoy, but I'm going to develop it now. Alright, that gets to be Fall. And I could equip the Ink Rise and start attacking in. Or I could equip the Ghost Shin. Decisions. Also, I could choose to wait, kill the Spirit. Nah, I think that's too passive. And now I want them to kill my Ink Rise if they can. Ooh. As long as they don't kill my Eater of Virtue. Alright. We're both at the same health total. Ooh. That needs to be exiled ASAP. So the reason this is exiled now is because it will also be drawing, allowing them to loot away cards. So... Alright. They attack. I want a big lifelinker. And giving the weapon lifelink is also a very valuable theme. Perfect. Not sure if they realize that means the Eater of Virtue is now giving me lifelink. Artifact creature. Artifact creature. Alright, they would need two more Fiends that can use the Mech Titan Core. Start with Long Reach. See if I can't wipe out the last bits of hope. Yep. Yep. The moment they realized, oh, he's gaining life when he attacks me, it was time to call it quits. Alright. Another 6-0 position. Alright. Alright. This could be the last game of the night. Assuming I win. But yeah, we went all the way from bronze back to gold with 3 drafts. Alright. Demerzel. Thus. Right, Eater of Virtue into Papercraft Decoy. We will need more lands, but... Probably will want Ninjutsu the Nezumi for whatever's in their hand when they get the opportunity. Alright. Oh. You think you'd go long game with me? We'll see. Let's develop that, yeah. Ninjutsu. Bounce a creature. Oh, okay. They're Esper. Nice. As well. Alright. I was too ambitious, and I got punished for it. Well, we have Bone Splitter, so don't care too much. I'll start with attacking, then I can Era and Golden Tail. And as they keep developing these, I could slowly start responding with Long Reach of the Night. Tell them that all of their special cards aren't actually that special. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm not going to worry about Kaiba right now. Hey, we can play Skybow Samurai if I want. Just the Spear Companion. Alright. Oh, right, the other two got exiled with Malfunction. Alright. Alright. Are they gonna play another creature? Nope. I think they could choose to sacrifice a creature if they don't have one. So we're just gonna pass the turn. And now we're in a control mirror, and they have more cards in hand. That's a little intimidating. I cannot debt to call me in response, in case anyone's wondering why I haven't done that yet. So that's why they have the white. So they can use that to bring back the Patchwork Automaton or their Papercraft Decoy. Take out Tamishi at the very least. I guess I could discard their island they just put in their hand. Yep. Not the most thought out on my part. We'll see how this all fares. Fortunately, the Year of Virtue has no value under it right now. If they start playing white cards, I'll be... Wow. Lots of Gravelighters. Those Gravelighters are really gaining them the value. And then, yeah, Papercraft Decoy and all that stuff. Helping out. With debts later. Yeah, the double Gravelighter, the Papercraft Decoy gain them back. That bad play I did into Malicious Malfunction. So I can't target the Mirror Shell until the Gravelighter dies. Okay. I could kill a Moon Circuit hacker. This would mean the Gravelighter. If they want to exile their Mirror Shell Crab, they can be my guest. I could have done it in response and killed their Mirror Shell Crab! Oh my gosh. I just realized something I could have done. I could have, as they ninjutsu'd, done that. So literally by one resolve trigger, I messed this up. I could have killed their Mirror Shell Crab. But they're going Grave Lighter, so... Oh well. Vikami, I will sack the Skyblessed Samurai, lay my Animus, get a flying. I think. Yeah. Because now the Eater of Virtue will start getting flying. I have one creature in grave. And I kill you next turn. And this land in hand protects me from your own Knight's Reach. Oof. Alright. You have one draw, a threat. You have two cards in hand. One of them has to be a threat or a response. Man, they've played effectively three Gravelighters, and now it's going to be 4. Their deck has insane synergy with these ninjutsus and Gravelighters and stuff. It's impressive, really. Really well done. There's now 4 creatures on the Eater of Virtue, giving it flying. And nothing here that the recovery unit can pick up. Alright, so they deal 5 damage. I can deal 5 back. Run lethal. Alright, I like that. So we start with a debt to economy. Force them to sacrifice. Sacrifice the Grave Lighter. They're still off lethal by 1. And now we threaten lethal ourselves. Alright, so they make a lot of papercraft decoys, but I'm flying overhead is the plan. Alright. So I do need to draw something to deal with the Replication Specialist. Well, this might be it. If I Imperial Recovery Unit attack for 5, they block with a Replication Specialist, it dies, and that's the game. If I leave everything back to block, I also die, so... Yep. And they have lethal on the backswing. They used every last card, though. The only thing I have is the bluff. Good game. Alright. Yeah, that Gravelighter ninjutsu combo was impressive. It was impressive. And they just basically made sure I didn't have enough creatures. They kept basically they kept 1-for-1-ing me like I planned to do to them. Except they had the first creature in play effectively, which is how that happened. Well, we are now 6-1. We can still pull this off. We got close there. We made a mistake playing into the malicious malfunction, but whether or not that was a mistake is kind of up to debate in the first place. Caffeinated Ninja. I'm keeping it. I don't like it, but I'm keeping it. Just need to figure out what I'm playing first. Am I just playing Nichigo because I need to? Or am I just... Thank you, Okiba, making it easier on me. Fall of Lord Konda is being saved as skill spell. Alright, good Ganju. Alright. The fact that they felt the need to bash each slash. I'm going to Befriending the Moths on turn 4 if I have no plays. It's something, basically. Okay. Yeah, I'm playing it. I do not care. The economy is getting worse as Iron Apprentice and others like it come out, but I want the Imperial Moth to deal with this Iron Apprentice. I can wait to... You can hit me twice with your Iron Apprentice. I will not scream and cry too much. Alright, so 6 cards to 4, unfortunately. Ninjutsu's a Moon Circuit Hacker. Alright. Detukami, because that's an enchantment, it can hit it. So that is a leverage point on my side. Are they holding up? Okay. What is more threatening, Modern Age or Moon Circuit Hacker? I think now that the Moon Circuit Hacker has been ninjutsu'd out, the Modern Age is much more threatening. Well, actually, I could just debt and let them decide. I would like a play here, though. Alright. Because, yeah, I'm not letting them exile their Iron Apprentice. So it's just, do I exile their Modern Age or their Moon Circuit? I'm letting them decide. Alright, that tells me they don't have too many other ninjas they want to play. Alright. Then Befriending the Moths comes into play. We take a few pop shots. Blue-white has no means of gaming to discard. I'm just trying to make sure because black has several discard card spells in this format. So I'm just like mentally making sure, checking all my, you know, crossing all my dots. Yep, Modern Age is amazing because it allows you to cycle through cards you don't need for cards you do need. Alright, Containment Construct would have been better while Modern Age was still chugging along. Alright. We're slowly reaching card equity. And given that all of their cards that they've been able to play are basically 2-drops, it's okay with me. Lion Sash has 1, 2, 3 that they can eat to turn it into a big scary boy. Lion Sash is the scariest thing here right now. If they're smart, they will now exile a card from my grave, and then yeah, they'll exile my Okiba Reckoner Raid and then one of their own cards. Or they'll just thirst for a card advantage. Okay. Yeah, this Lion Sash is going to run out of control unless I draw Repel the Vile while it's on its own. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna block the Iron Apprentice. The Lion Sash can get too big for me to deal with in the block. Not playing on the Lion Sash. Okay, we might have just lost again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lands, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 playables. So that might be a reasoning behind it. Also, this Fall of Lord Konda, when it misses... What am I supposed to do? Like, I can't be too mad because they used cards to cycle, but... So I have to wait for this to flip so I can eat it with Fall of Lord Konda to get my value. Yeah, other than Okiba Reckoner Raid, every card I've played, or every card, every card I've drawn has been a land. Have you been following? Yes, I have, Ace Law. Yes, I have. It's not always the best thing to focus on, for obvious reasons, but yes, I have. I know what's been going on. Are you asking for questions or because you want vents? Because both are acceptable. There is one thing, they're planning to do like booster packs that are 1,300 gold instead of 1,000 that will always have either a mythic or a wild card. That's pretty cool. But yeah, other than that... Just don't care for new formats? I mean, I care for, what's it called? Wait, why did that not... Oh, it did. Okay. Oof. But yeah, the Lion Sash I can't really deal with right now. I have to get them to unequip it, and then I have to repel the Vile on it when it gets too big. Okay, hold up. Cloudsteel Kieran. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. If I draw Cloudsteel Kieran, I win this game because I don't think they have a way to actually solve Cloudsteel Kieran. And then we just both mill out. They're at 18 cards already. Like, they make Alchemy with new Mare Warping cards, you have to... Okay, so yeah, So Alchemy, the main problem with it is that it's so... So the problem with Alchemy is that it's only on MTGA, and you have to spend money to kind of get into it. It's a cool format. The meta warping only really matters if you're in Historic, which if you're in Historic, it's already expensive anyways. Most of Alchemy is not meta warping. I'm gonna I'm sorry, I am going to disagree with you on a lot of the meta warping stuff. On a lot of people that complain about, like, oh, this card's broken, this card's broken. It's like, there are cards that are broken, no denying. But generally speaking, cards are not meta warping. They're, gosh, how do I say it? They're good. They're made to be playable. I will say that 2-mana draw 2 cards in black is pretty meta warping. That I will accept your complaint on. 6, 7, 8. So yeah, I have to draw my Cloudsteel Kieran or I die right now. One of the things that I wish that I brought up was that it should be a lost leader. Basically, the idea is you go into, how do I say this? So I can't win unless they make a really big mistake. Oh, I was supposed to exile their Vector Glider this moment. Yep. I made a mistake. I should have done that while this was in exile, but now I get good gamed. Yep. I could have run them out, but I just wasn't getting cards. Like, I'm just gonna be frank, I wasn't getting cards. Like, most of my cards were lands. I don't blame that on the deck, I blame that on the Shuffler, and the Shuffler is very random, so all I'm doing is blaming Lady Luck. But yeah, as for the meta warping cards, there are some black cards. Oath, best comp. Oh, Imperial Oath. Yes, yes. I think there was a win rate. If you can play it, yes, it will win you the game because it scries so deeply and it presents a threat while doing so. So yeah, I do recognize the Oath is very strong. Yep. But if you scry out 3 lands and then get more lands, it doesn't exactly save you. So, all right. We have Companion into Toshiro. All right. So we're going to play either Companion or Ink Rise, depending on. We did not draw a land, so we're playing Companion. There's my high end. Cool. So I can't use Toshiro because it will hit the ward. I can dip to the Kami. I can. So it has ward 2, so if I draw another land, I can kill the Arm Guard with Life of Toshiro. Alright. Alright. I think that's worth. Or I can Michiko's, attack with a bunch of lifelink. I'll do that on the next turn. Alright, so that is their 3rd land. They just got it. If I block, they kill my Golden Tail. If I don't block, they might put it back in hand to ninjutsu something. I'm more scared of the ninjutsu than the road captain. Yep. Alright. That's okay. So I can get myself a 3/2 Inkrise Infiltrator using Eater of Virtue. Or I can Michiko's with it, which doesn't really help me. Alright. Debt to the Kami is starting to reduce in value. I'm happy to block the Silver Fur Master. They attack with a Nuzumi Road Captain. I'm okay with that too. If they play the 5/5 ninja, I can Fall of Lord Konda it. Move on with my life. The fact that this can now become a 5/4. It's good. Losing my life linker is pretty sad, unfortunately, but just before I get the Eater of Virtue. Oh well, so now here's where they ninjutsu a big scary threat. Hopefully it's big enough that I can just fall it. Alright. Annoying, but not deadly, I don't think. If I draw a land, I'll Michiko's and hold up Debt to the Kami, I think. Ooh. And I can like that better, so Michiko's attack with this. I can block a lethal exploit, killing the Silver Fur and blocking the Prosperous Thief successfully, I think, is the play there. Counter pressure. Alright. I think I just eat the Prosperous Thief while I can. Alright. Now, equipped creature gets flying. Ooh, playing too much Elden Ring. Yep, I'm keeping it secret so that when I finally get to it, I get to play and just enjoy myself, like, not knowing what I'm getting into, but... Double Silver Fur Master. Wow. And his abilities cost less. Yeah, just that kind of force them to exile a creature. Yeah, the Okiba Reckoner raid, though, is starting to become more and more threatening. Alright. Yeah, this double Silver Fur is impressive. Wow. Yeah, this Fall of Lord Konda is not hitting targets, and as long as it doesn't hit a target, it just falters. Doesn't help that I'm not getting... Yeah. This can block the Network Disruptor. have to leave as is right now. But yeah, they're able to operate on 4 mana, and I have land issues. Like, it's... Alright. Yep. I do not care about this as much as they think I care about this. Wow, they didn't kill my Papercraft decoy. That was a free kill. Because if they kill the Papercraft, it makes Machiko smaller. I thought I was getting the entire board cleared. Fall of Lord Konda being mana value 4 or greater against this sort of deck. Hurting. Alright, so even if they Arm Guard reconfigure, I still kill. Alright. I'm doing it. Like, if I draw a creature, I'm in fine shape. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not playing the land led to my death. Not playing the Fall of Lord Konda, not playing the land, those led to my death. Oh my gosh. So we just went 6-0 and then 6-3. Ugh. Can't be too sad about 6 wins. 6 wins gets you all your money back and then some. But just to be so close to 7 wins. Alright, well I already got my 7 wins for the day. Sure, if I thought through it more, I could have won that more cleanly. But yeah, it was just not having guard draw. Like, we already brought that up. Friend of the Moths could have been a better card, but I don't have better cards. Regent's Authority I don't think was... Yeah, it's not where I want to be. Just too many of my enchantment creatures early game meant that I didn't have creatures in play. So, that's the consequence. But nonetheless, we did what we wanted to. Alright. We got our money back and then some. That's still Kieran. Alright. Reckoner, good to start getting that full set approved. Looks nice. Reality Chip. Hey, I have a few deck ideas. Nothing that actually can come to fruition anytime soon, but really cool. Alright. And with that, everyone, thank you so much for watching. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Alright. Let's go, for those of us on Twitch, let's go raid someone. John likes games, how can I not? He's a big old Magic streamer and an awesome bro who shouts me out all the time despite my small size. Dude's a legend. Alright. Well, everyone, thank you so much for watching. Have a wonderful day. And if you want to watch more Magic, hey, well, I'm just saying, Ryan.